Yo, what's up, man? Sick? How are you? Wow, getting this stream up and running today was very hard, very hard. I made a portfolio, um, and that's what I spent the past few days doing. Um, it's just HTML. It's just literally is, you know, it's kind of laggy because I didn't want to compress the videos anymore. Uh, but I should probably compress them more because I am noticing that it scrolls a bit weird. Believe it or not, though, it does look good on mobile devices as well. And so that's cool. Anyway, hey Arya, what's up? So, what am I doing today? That's a good question. What am I doing ever? Last stream was a disaster because I was trying to port this simulation to that machine, and I was discovering a lot of friction with the old AMD drivers with the limited amount of cores that are on that $20 GPU, which unfortunately make atomic operations a little bit iffy. And so today what I decided is that we're just gonna work on this computer. It's shitty enough to the point where it should already be a bit of a challenge without it being, ridiculous. So that's what we're gonna be doing. Anyway, I had to go through and undo a bunch of that stuff that we did last time, including this. So the inside of here, we just have this commented out. This was last time. Basically, we were pre-iterating through the entire tree and populating a 2D array to basically fire off nodes at certain depths instead of having the if statement here that just checks and then returns if the depth isn't within our bounds. And that is technically faster. However, this driver on this computer doesn't like this 2D array. It doesn't like this 2D array and simply won't compile the shader with it. Now, the reason why it doesn't like it is because what it wants me to do is actually create another SSBO with just that and then probably unsize it like this. Now, am I going to do that? Abso-fucking-lutely not. I mean, so I will do that if we get to there at that point, but right now on this computer, it's really not that big of a performance decrease for us to have it this way. So I'm not going to worry too much about that. So we are just biting the bullet and dispatching to max nodes in a loop, unfortunately. So it is inefficient, but it's actually like not. If we want to see the breakdown is like this. So this is COM, which is what that falls under on the profiling. And so it is substantial, but it's also it's not really the bottleneck, like in the future we should have it like that technically, right? We should have this and then it fires off, but I'm not entirely sure that that's even the most efficient way to do it. And so committing to creating another SSBO when we already have like something like 7 or 8 SSBOs just sounds like such a fucking headache. Like, I don't know, like that just. Actually, how many SSBOs do we have already? We have Oh, it starts at 1. So yeah, we have 7. So that's, that's already a lot. I mean, and they're not all in use, but to have like an 8th SSBO, that just would really ruin the vibes. So I think I'm just going to avoid doing that for now, at least. Anyway, yeah, getting the stream up today working was really difficult because I haven't streamed on this machine actually since I got Arch on it and I got Sway on it. And I had a rude awakening when I tried to record this project. Usually I record it inside of an X11 session because there's no compositor bullshit. However, this time, for some reason, I just thought, oh, it'll just work, whatever, and it just didn't work at all. So I was like, yeah, it was really, really hard, really, really hard. So, anyway, Wayland is awesome until it isn't. It's really, really the most temperamental and like unreliable thing in the universe. Like, really. Sway is better than i3 in every single way until you try to run an application on it. And then you realize, oh my god, this is fucking awful. But yeah. Anyway, so what I'm going to be, I guess, working on today is we have a few things that I want to do. I want to, so there is this thing that I'm realizing with these nodes, right, is we can do this more efficiently. Like, yeah, sure, we are 64 byte aligned here, and that works absolutely, perfectly. That's exactly what you want. However, at the end of the day, we are still AOS. The good thing about being AOS in this case, and the reason why I went from SOA to AOS, was because of how our computation works in terms of the center of mass, right? We are loading exactly one node, processing a node, and then setting it here. You see? So we make we copy this node here, and then we set it here. So this is actually faster doing this AOS than if we were to do it SOA, at least in my mind, because there would be less lookups here, because in the other way you would go like this equals, and that you know what I mean here, right? So you would just do this and then this and then this, and you would also have to load it in that way. So there would be more memory bandwidth, like traffic going on if we were to do it SOA for this specific length of code, which actually it matters to me, right? Because this is one of the heftiest parts of constructing the tree. However, during the actual walk of the tree, which is the most expensive part of the tree, part of the thing, we actually only use certain parts of it, right? So we only use com here, and then we early out if the mass is 0, right? Now, of course, we also use next. So at a bare minimum for a node, we are using the com and next, right? And then down here, we also do this same thing. So we're using the size of the node here, which is this is half size. Basically, this is how we're determining if we are, within the radius of one node where we can actually use the center of mass of the node itself, or if we need to expand within the node, right? So that's what that is. So there we have to use the size. So that's the next thing that we use. And then if we are if this is a leaf, if it's a leaf, then we use next again. This is accretion, so I don't think that that's really necessary to think about here. And then it just uses, okay. So it's really just the size then. We don't actually care about the left until down here. Basically what I'm trying to figure out here is what is the most efficient way to break this up in terms of loading, right? So I want to have, I think it makes sense to have this separately, the center of mass and the mass. I think. Because you use it here, right? So it's pretty much, yeah, so that should be the first thing that you load is a center of mass. Now, technically, right, depending on how many empty nodes we have, you could technically oh, I'm gonna make this overcomplicated, aren't I? So technically speaking, what I'm thinking here, right, is that we have the mass of the node and it's being used with the next. And so you want that to be as fast as possible. The reason why you have these in vec4s is because it's just better to do loads like that on the GPU rather than. The good thing about CPUs is that you can just like stream in like data like really fast. Like GPUs really hate a lot of different reads. They like fewer bigger reads. So that's why I'm doing it like this, but I do kind of need to figure out so we use mass and next first. And we're guaranteed to use next 100% of the time. No, yeah, there's no way. There's no way it doesn't work out. I think you want to do this. Actually, no parent. You don't need parent. You need size. So this is left, right child, size, and next. If you don't know what I'm talking about in terms of like the left child, right child, next, it's basically like an optimized linear binary tree where our next is typically the right child of our parent, if that makes sense. So basically, if we are skipping a node, we want to go to the node that we would have went to on the other side of the tree instead of the one that we went down on that. So that's what the next is. It's a pre-computed index of a node that is on the other side of the tree that we jump to when we skip the current node. It's hard to explain, so I'm sorry. And then just and then you need parent and depth. Right, so this is what I did look this up beforehand, that this can be, is it, int bits to float? That sounds wrong, but I think that that's what the function is. And then we go on the back end, float bits to int. To pack this, because so this is what I was thinking about earlier. Size size is a float, so this needs to actually be a vec4 and not an ivec4. So that's what I was thinking about earlier. The same trick needs to apply though to parent and depth. So min and parent, and this is going to be min and or max and depth. And so that is how we're gonna break the node up into SOA, I think. Now, is the refactor going to be easy? No, it's not. We can also break particles up the same, though I don't know exactly how much benefit there's going to be with that, but for nodes, it should be a big benefit, since that's a lot of the memory traffic during the walk. I also wonder if these Mortons should just be separate. The reason why I had them like this, actually, oh yeah, they do have to be like this because of the radix sort needs to actually copy the entire thing. Yo, what's up, Kiel? How are you? How's it going? It's okay. It's okay. I don't know. I hate fucking... I hate programming, and I hate the internet, and I hate the industry, and I hate... blah blah blah. You know my thing. It's just... I don't know. It's whatever, man. It just kind of gets me down, you know? But... started live coding stream. You did? Wow. I'm happy to hear it. Was I an inspiration for that? Don't we all, pal? Don't we all? I guess we all do. I feel like I very much am like a, you know, a hermit sort of thing where I just like really hate the fucking outside world, and so the fact that I have to put that aside and, you know, try and do all this shit is very hard for me. It's very, very hard for me. Not very easy. I think so. We just do all of these to max nodes, and it's cool to be streaming on this computer again, though. The problem with it, and the reason I hate it, is because if I fuck up, like, in terms of, like, crash the computer or whatever, you know, the stream goes down, you know. Which, with the shit that I do on this stream, it's very, you know, it's common to have that happen. It's not uncommon for that to happen, so that part does suck. It also sucks that it is 720p, and also, like, I don't think you realize this, it's not just the output that is 720p, but I also have to scale down my monitor. So it's very hard on my eyes, like the fuzziness. C++ is getting easier, I'm glad. I was recently told that I should learn C++ so that I can enter the job market. I avoid C++ quite a bit. I'm unashamedly a fan of Objective-C. Yeah, I mean, I love C as well. I wish more people wanted C programmers, but, you know, I've recently, like, gotten, like, asked, like, okay, but do you know C++? And I'm like, yeah, I mean, yeah, but, like, not, like, do I know, like, what a smart pointer is and, like, all that shit? Like, I mean, like, am I gonna really, like, understand your code base deeply? Like, probably not, you know, probably not, to be honest. And so they were kind of like, oh, well, sorry, or whatever. So Objective FW is nice. Compile my game engine to Linux and Windows without any issues. Interesting. I never had any like trouble with cross compiling personally. Only with like file system stuff. I personally like never had any. I feel like OpenGL kind of like took care of it for me. At least for the stuff that I was doing. So yeah. Yeah. Uses Apple's runtime. It says only. GNU step is a nightmare. I see. Interesting. What graphics API are you using for that though? And does it matter at all, or is it literally just a compiler thing? Maybe I'm misunderstanding it though. It's probably definitely possible. Yeah, this refactor is going to be no bueno for sure. No bueno for sure. Let's just get rid of this just so that it's less, I don't know, annoying. I'm going to have to copy this. You know what I really want? You know what I should do? I should be the person to like standardize like shader header files. Ever since I did this project, I'm like now realizing like, why do shaders not have header files? I like literally why? I just don't. Like it would make this so much easier. Like actually, like I have 20 different compute shaders. It's fucking ridiculous. Yeah, rest in peace, Chuck Norris. I did hear about that. I honestly, not to like, I don't want to shit on Chuck Norris, but his family was putting on some weird, was doing some weird things on social media for the past few years. I'm sure it's nothing to do with him. I just think his family is kind of weird. At least from what I remember, like seeing the ads that they were in and stuff. It's like very, very weird vibes. Very weird vibes. But I'm sure Chuck Norris is a chill guy, yeah. Perf was trash though. Instancing is shit. OpenGL 4.1. Currently playing around with Sokol. Yeah. It's a single header. Yeah, I'm a big fan of those. Slang? I have no clue what slang is. I'm quite new to graphics programming. That's nice that you had that help. I just kind of just, you know, I guess like I always like wanted to like make like weird just applications. I guess like I didn't have like a dream of like making a game or anything like that. I always just wanted to like make computer art, I guess. And so I just like found my way into graphics programming, I guess by accident. I don't know if I'd really consider what I do graphics programming per se, but everyone else kind of does, so that is what it is. Brain cells got fucked up. Are you talking about Chuck Norris? Yeah. Yeah, that probably, you're probably right about that. You're probably right about that one. Yeah, I don't know what's going on in this one. That file is cursed, man. You gotta not go in that one. Let me see, does this one have nodes in it? It does have nodes. I don't know if I'm using the nodes though. Do I use it in here as well? I do, but I already replaced it. Okay. Okay, so now the painstaking work is actually like trying to parse through and figure out where we need to refactor these things. Slang is a shader language. Default with Chronos. It's like, oh, I see. Oh, I mean, I don't even know what I assume that they use. I know that with Vulkan you can compile either GLSL or HLSL. I didn't know that they had their own language now. Maybe that's a newer thing. I don't know. That sounds cool. It does kind of like remind me of Slack though, and that's like one of my least favorite applications of all time. So SPRV, I'm not sure if I'm familiar. So sorry. Sorry about that. Yeah, so naturally there's going to be a lot more boilerplate with this shit, unfortunately. The good thing about this is that I have backups of this on every single like flash drive I own now, since don't even ask what went on earlier, but I can just get rid of all of this shit. Okay, so I need to get the depth, and we said that we were going to, this is inside of, shit. That's inside of max. Okay, well, we should have like kept a cheat sheet here. We should have kept a cheat sheet like that, but it's fine. So it's max.w. The thing is, you need to make it an int, and you could just go float bits to int, right? And then that's fine. Like that should exist, right? That should exist, and that's fine, right? I think. Alright, we're just gonna pretend like that's fine. Well, it was its own project, and Slang got brought into the Chronos group. Similar to open source. Yeah. Slang is new in Vulkan? Yeah, I thought it was new. Yeah. Yeah, when I get a new computer, I'll do Vulkan. But this whole bag of bones does not have it. Vulkan does seem very nice though. There's a lot of things that I do feel like, you know, OpenGL is shitty about. But also, I don't know. I'm very comfortable in OpenGL now. Also, I got this in my recommended, I got this Jonathan Blow clip. Where he was saying how OpenGL is like pathetic and something. Like he went on this like 5-minute rant. It got me really pissed off, to be honest, about how he's like, you know, nobody serious uses OpenGL for the past like 10 years and blah, 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 blah. And it's just so funny to hear him say that, because he himself used OpenGL in the past 10 years. You know, I hate influencers in general. So Jonathan Blow is under that umbrella of one of those influencers that I hate. He's got good ideas about video games. I really like The Witness personally. Now, do I think he should be the I don't know, the purveyor of everything programming? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Minecraft is rewritten in Vulkan? Well, I wouldn't take any pages out of the book of Minecraft, to be honest. But whatever. I mean, I don't like OpenGL like in general, but what I will say about OpenGL is that it's very easy to just like, for example, this simulation, I didn't have to write anything. Now with my game engine, it sucks. With a game engine, you don't want to do OpenGL, probably. But for a simulation like this, you literally just like the API calls are just so like fast to set up. Like it's brain dead, you know? So yeah. And in a simulation like this, the overhead, it like the bottleneck is never going to be OpenGL. Like never. So for something like this, it makes no sense to do Vulkan. Absolutely no sense. No sense to do Vulkan. Only thing I don't like about OpenGL is the state machine. My brain works better with something like SoulCall. Explicit about the steps. I think a lot of people forget how important OpenGL has been for graphics programming. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with OpenGL. Like, I don't know. Also, like the whole thing about if you want it to go fast, use Vulkan. Vulkan is only fast on newer hardware. Literally, like it's slower on older hardware. That's where OpenGL like excels. And so, you know, people really gloss over that fact, which is like really, it annoys the fuck out of me, to be completely honest, you know, but whatever, you know. So now I need parent and so this is min and parent. So similarly, we need to do this to get the P. What is the editor? I use Helix. I have to kind of make sure that I'm not going crazy here. So this is the, oh, by the way, I'm not even indexing this, by the way. Like, what the fuck am I doing? Okay, so now that we get the parent, we need to get the parent of, no, this is P goes into here, and then we get the left and right child. Yeah. So it sucks having to write this. This is so awkward writing this. So we're gonna index it like that, and then just get it there, and then we can just like do it this way. So then let's just do, I know that this looks sketchy, but it's the way to do it, unfortunately. Yeah. Okay. I'm suddenly realizing how complicated this fucking this is gonna be. So this is just left, and then this is right, and then we need next, and we need to be writing to next, and next is that. So yeah. This is very awkward to do this. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so now we need to write into it. So this is going to be lrsn dot lrsnp dot w dot, yeah, we're assigning, no, we're assigning to ID, and we're assigning to ID based on the parent. So this is the right child of the parent, and now we need to do, is it int bits to float. That's it, right? That exists totally. That's what I was saying earlier, is that specifically seemed a little bit weird. Int bits to float. It is a thing, yes. Okay. I think it's just because I've only done uint bits to float before that seeing that seems a bit weird, but sure. Okay, so we have right and then n and then -1. Okay. Now if I did all of that correctly, then that's correct. I don't know if we did. Okay. Hopefully it's not all going to be that painful, but that part definitely was that painful. How hard is it to become a game dev for an average person? I wouldn't know because I'm not a game dev. But, you know, if I like was working at a game studio, then I would answer that question, but I don't have a job at a game studio. Now, with that being said, if there's any game studio in the chat that wants to talk, then we can talk. How hard is it? It's harder than me. That's what I'll say. It's harder than me. Probably, I don't know, or maybe it's just like. Here's what it is, man. It's like this with everything. You just have to know how to like make connections and that sort of thing. That's what I think. I don't think it's got anything to do with skill, to be honest. I think there are a lot of like very talented people that just can't be a part of the industry just because they suck at like being personable, I think like it's like 60% being like personable and talking to people and collaborating and contributing and that shit, and then the other 40% is probably like skill and talent, I'd say. But yeah, maybe that's just my kind of, I don't know, vaguely annoyed way of thinking about it though, since I've had to deal with it. But maybe it's not that serious, I guess. You are going to have to load in load this. This is a Tame Impala fucking sample. Okay. That should be it. Theoretically. That's size. Which is this. God, this is like a ton of like mental gymnastics actually to do this shit. It's kind of ridiculous. Okay. I know what I'm doing completely. I feel like I don't know what I'm coding here at all. But that's not a good sign. I feel like we're missing something, but probably not. Probably not. Probably fine. Probably fine. Okay, so this is going to be the next tricky one, is we have to go back to this and transfer over this list. At least 4 years takes a development process. I mean, I guess, but like, I don't know. Even if you have a portfolio and you have the skills and you have all of that, then like, then what? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's kind of like incredibly difficult to get into the industry, especially if you don't have like a degree, or like, you know, you don't have like an internship under your belt or whatever, you know? It's impossible. It's really hard. It's really, really hard. You know, coming from me, you know, who's been kind of, you know, deep in it. It's not easy. It is not easy. All I need is parent here. That's all I need. That's literally all I need, so. Now, am I like, do I like say that to like, I don't want to like be saying that to like discourage people at all, but like it is kind of like incredibly. Where's parent? It's min and parent, so I need actually min. Develop your game, sell it, I guess, but then what if you don't want to create a game? You know? Like, what if you don't want to be a solo developer? You know? You say fuck industry, but also like, and then what? Like, you know? Like, what do you mean? Like, you mean you want to be like a, you know, a solo dev, do all the art for your game for like years without any compensation? And with what time? Like, I don't know. Like, if I like had to work full time right now, which I probably will have to soon, then like, with what time? Genuinely, with what time are you doing that with? You're just not. So the reason why we don't have a lot of like, you know, indie developers is because that just isn't a realistic sort of thing, you know, to do that. Like, I'm extremely kind of fortunate that I'm able to do this, at least for right now, but probably won't for much longer. But yeah. Yeah, the logic for this is a bit fucking confusing, not gonna lie, but... I also don't want to be a part of the industry. Like, I don't like the industry either, right? Like, I'm a very like alternative, you know, experimental sort of guy. That doesn't mean that at the end of the day, nobody in the indie scene is paying people. You know, like, if you want to be realistic, you know, like most of those projects are like, hey, let's just like, you know, spend some time doing this, and if it blows up, then it blows up and we make money, and otherwise not, you know. And that is just like incredibly, you know, a lot to ask somebody to go through, for sure. I need to load actually all of this. Yeah, let's just do Lmin, Lmax. We need to actually load all of it. Yeah. Solo dev is freedom? Yeah, I guess. But it's like, you know, how the fuck am I going to get, you know? It's not freedom if you're not financially free. Like, that's not freedom. That's just, I don't know. That's not true. It's just not the case. I wish it was like that, you know, but it's not the case. You want to be a solo dev and, you know, spend like months of your life working on somebody else's, you know, project on, you know, just, you know, praying that it's gonna have some sort of, I don't know, you're gonna get something out of it other than like experience. It's like, I don't know. That's not realistic. That is not realistic. But maybe I have a different perspective because I, you know, have different pressures, you know, but nowadays nobody is guaranteed to stay in industry. It depends what industry you're talking about. Like, you don't have to be in the game industry. Like, you don't have to work at fucking Blizzard or whatever, but you could have an industry job, like working in, I don't know, science or, you know, some sort of graphics programming. You can work in film. You can work in, you know, animation. You can work in, you know, anything like that, you know. Like, it has nothing to do with, you know, graphics programming doesn't necessarily mean game programming at all. In fact, I think it's way more realistic for it to not be necessarily. I'm working on your project. Yeah, I mean, that's good. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm just kind of jaded with the whole thing, but I just don't. I don't know. To be honest. I wrote this in such a fucking compact way that it's kind of hard for me to figure out how to figure it out, how to not have it, but I think we can just go max I. I think you just go max I dot xyz equals m max. I think that's what we're doing. I think that's what I need to do. Okay, so now it's just this n min thing that we can just do vec4. Actually, no, we can just do this straight into min I equals vec4 m min r times r. And that should handle it for us. We have to make sure, I don't think we need it because it's a vec3, so. And now here, this is the exact same thing that we did up here with the, I already know that we're gonna fuck something up here and then it's gonna be a big problem, but. Oh, we have to also do that, but. Wait, hold on a second. No, this, yeah, the min, yeah, so this actually isn't this. It's actually just XYZ, and then the R times R goes into something else. Cakes developed a 2D game and in a month earned $250,000. Yeah, I mean, I saw him in my recommended as well, but, you know, sure, I guess, but, like, that's cool. Like, I don't know. The game took 4 years for development? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It took 4 years. And it's also like, I don't know. Whatever. Whatever. I'm not gonna sit here and crush your dreams about it or whatever. Like, you know, it's just. The size is R times R. That's what we're doing. Not .s.z. So this is what I was talking about before with this being more inefficient now technically, but whatever. So the depth is actually, it's in min, isn't it? Min is, no, it's max in depth, okay. So then the max is actually what this needs to go into. Fuck. I don't know, I think it's cool, and it was cool to see him succeed because, you know, he's been in my recommended for like a year now, you know, just straight up in my recommended. So it's been a long time that he's been in my recommended, from when his streams had very, no viewers up until now, and now his streams have like actual viewers, which is kind of crazy to watch. With all that being said, like, I don't know. It's like, it's not in my interests, Like, I don't want to learn sprite work and all of this. Like, that's not what I want to do with my time, So, at least for me, it's just irrelevant, It's just irrelevant. Like, I like coding, you know what I mean? Like, that's why I got into this. It has nothing to do with anything else. It's literally just the code. This is also depth. It's supposed to be this, so this is the max. I'm sure I'm fucking this up somehow. Okay, so I think that this is hopefully correct. I'm just reading over it. I probably fucked something up somehow. But yeah. Technically, you can make this more efficient by going this, but for now, we just won't. We'll just avoid that. Okay. Alright. It's so annoying when I do shit like this because it's like I know for a fact that I'm missing something here. It sucks. But I have to keep going. None of this actually touches nodes, does it? No. No, it just touches star particles, so. Here it touches nodes for sure. The good thing about this is that we don't have to actually talk about any of the finding the split or anything like that. Only trick is that we have to go here and figure this out. So we have to translate this. So this is going to be LRSN parent node.x is first. Yeah. We need to get parent from this, so this is actually really fucking annoying. We need to go, I need to figure out which one parent is in. Parent is in, where the fuck is parent? Parent is in, min. Min indexed by the left child, and then we're getting the parent of that. Yeah. And we want to go int bits to float. Okay, hopefully that's a direct transcription. Not entirely sure. The good thing about this is that this shader actually doesn't even need to exist. So that doesn't need to exist, so we can just ignore it completely. None of this should even touch nodes. So it's actually just here that we need to look at, and there's a lot here that we need to change, which is kind of sucky. So LRSN is a vec4, and we will float bits or int bits to float both of these, -1. Yeah, this refactor is definitely interesting. So size of 0, next of -1. Yeah, we need to actually have this here so that we can see what is actually inside of these. This is min, and parent is inside of min. So we want parent to be -1. And the sentinel for depth is always going to be 999. And comm will always be 000. So that's actually not that bad. That's not actually that bad. Okay, I'm just looking at it to make sure that this is fine. I think it is fine. Okay. Now moving forward here, we also have this down here. So we're setting depth to 0 here. And depth is max id.w equals 0. comm id dot no, you just set it to e.pm. Yeah. The tricky thing is that Yeah, you only set, yeah, just like that. Oh my fucking god, man. I hate it when it does that. That's really annoying. I love Helix until it does that. It's very fucking annoying. It's like you miss one key by just a tiny bit and then it just sends you down an undo loop that you can't get out of. It's annoying. Okay. That should be it. Okay. Okay, so here we aren't even touching the nodes at all. So I don't know why necessarily the nodes are even in here. I think at some point I was using something that was inside of this SSBO in there, but now it's fine. Now, here. Does this have anything to do with nodes inside of this shader? I don't think so. It's just particles. Okay. I don't think that this has anything to do with nodes either. So in that case, it should be technically done. I have no clue. Honestly, there's like somewhat of a chance that I just straight up crashed the stream right now by doing it, by just pressing go on it. It's very possible. A good way that we can try and guard against that is by doing this. Wall of OpenGL code jump scare, yeah. That's a way that I can guard it, but yeah. We're probably not going to be able to compile. We'll probably get a compile error anyway, but I'm almost like considering like maybe we just straight up like just like don't do any of this stuff and just like try to go one step at a time so that we don't crash. All right, well, let's do it. Okay. Got it. Okay, so we're not drawing anything. Pause should let us draw naturally, regardless of any of this stuff. It should. So let's do some further testing, I guess. Technically we shouldn't even need tree count, I think. Actually we might. Tree count does zeroing for some of the stuff. Yeah, it sets this to 0, which is important, I guess, but maybe we can do it without it. Reason I didn't do that was because I was worried about it crashing if we didn't have that. But technically speaking, we should just be able to just like run a static one without any simulation step and just see if we can render. I just want to make sure that the... Okay. Let me try... Yeah, let me just try... Let me just try this. To see if it's like a lighting issue. Okay, so that just proved my point there. Let's see if there's a... Okay, got it. Alright, so we have things here. Cannot call a non-function. 279 and 92. Wait, what? 279. Oh, 92. 92. What? What? What do you mean cannot call a non-function? That is a function. That is a function. What? 134? Min. Oh, I named the min. And we can't name the min because that's polluting the namespace. Oh, shit. You hate to see it. You hate to see it, man. That fucking sucks. Are you kidding me? That's like the worst news I've had all day. That is the worst thing I've ever fucking seen. Are you kidding me? Oh, man. Well, we're gonna be here for a minute. So we have to change the name of these variables. Because I'm too stupid to think. I named them min and max, and believe it or not, there's a function called min and max in shaders. So who could have seen that one coming? Whoops. Whoopsie daisy. Whoopsie daisy. All right. So that should fix all of the issues. The main problem is now we have to go through and now change everything to this naming convention, which is not going to be fun. There's no real easy way for me to refactor that other than just like walking through it manually. So yeah, that sucks. I definitely use min. No? No, I guess I don't, huh? Here's obviously n max, n min, n min, and then this. And then obviously this. Okay. The last place where it should be is inside of tree count. Should have this, which needs to get changed. I know I can do this more efficiently, but let's just not worry about that. Okay. I'm not sure what else, but we probably will see if we missed something. Oh, please. Please compile. Okay, thank God. Okay. Okay, so these we can solve. So tree comp has a few issues in 178. Inputs to float parent node. So we have to cast this, or we have to cast it to an int first. We could also do uint bits to float, but I don't know if that's probably fine, but whatever. That should be literally it. That's off there. I don't know why it took us so long to compile. That kind of worried me. Okay, no, it's fine. This is working fine. Okay, good. Okay, so now let's walk through it step by step and just make sure that everything is working so that we don't crash the computer. Okay. Okay, everything seems to be good so far. We didn't have any errors, right? No. We have an implicit cast still. Oh, we never actually casted this. This is supposed to be float bits to int. Oh, the same thing here actually. This is supposed to be I'm surprised this didn't actually give me a it didn't give me anything. It wasn't like, hey, implicit cast. It's instead it like does everything else except for when it actually is an implicit cast that I should know about. Like this is kind of the one that's more you know, important. But whatever. Okay. No errors now. The problem with this stuff is that it's either going to work 100% or it's not going to work at all. So that that's going to be interesting. I'm going to do everything but why? Why did that not? Whatever. I've got to clean this up, to be honest. It's way more convoluted than it actually has to be, so. Okay. So everything appears to be fine. Now we're gonna do the real check here and do the main. So I have this just in case we go out of bounds. Alright, let's do it, I guess. Okay. So we didn't break. We're just not actually traversing the tree. Which is, you know, also a serious problem. Few things we can do to check. Yeah, we could try to read out the mass to see if it's inside of here or if it's inside of here. That would probably help us sort of narrow it down, I guess. It's one of the two, most likely. That I just, you know, as I said, I was going through this and I, you know, was very aware that this might get a bit sketchy. Yeah, we have to make sure that everything that goes into and out of the nodes are always like this, for example, nmax.w. This should technically be, I mean, I don't think it actually matters. I don't think that shouldn't matter, of course. Yeah, I think really the only way for us to know is if we check the mass at the front, at the, you know, top node. The issue with that is that we can't actually easily read out this fucking thing because the GPU sucks. Something we can do though is we can try and read out just a portion of it. So let's do this, and let's not copy a whole node data, but instead let's copy just the vec4 pointer, and it's going to be a size of vec4 times max nodes, and it's going to be offset of, is it node data first? I think it is. And we'll just mem copy it into into here because we just want to see the mass. Oh. Okay, so okay, and that is how you debug, hopefully. So I have this variable named mass, which it has the mass of the system, and now we need to make sure that the mass at the root node, which is body count, we need to make sure that that mass is correct. So that's .w. Okay, hopefully that works. It may also crash. Okay, so this is actually really good. Really good to see. So our test came back correctly. We are propagating exactly the mass to the root properly. So that means that it is 100% with how we are traversing the tree afterwards rather than during the mass calculation. So the immediate kind of sketchy thing here is this depth thing that we're doing with nmax. We try to make this more explicit, I guess. I doubt that this will actually do it, but let's just like just to make sure. And LC and RC are definitely correct because otherwise the mass wouldn't get to the root properly. So let's just try that. No. First of all, we don't have to keep on, like, we could just do lr.y. And lr.w. We don't have to keep converting back and forth. You see that com is a bit small? I mean, not like incredibly small, but if I had to guess, it's probably depth. I'm probably doing some something backwards in terms of the float bits to int or whatever the fuck. Oh, yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. The question is, can I do this outside of here? Like that. Okay, apparently not. Apparently it's not that. Unless I'm supposed to convert them internally. I don't think so. I don't think the bits should work either way. Now the mass is definitely correct. The mass is definitely correct, so we don't have to even worry about the mass. The next thing we can look at is if the depth is getting set properly. What was inside of min before? What was inside of min? Min had size. Oh. Min had size. So in that case, lrsn id dot z needs to be no, I think that it still needs to be 0. Yeah, we don't propagate that up anyway, so that shouldn't matter. That should literally not matter that. that part. Yeah, our tree construction is obviously correct, because if it was incorrect, then we would know it otherwise. How else can I debug this? Is the question. Let's make sure that we're calling it correctly. We are. What can I atomically like increment in here that would key us into what's going on? We can do Q out. That's what we can do. So let's just do straight up atomic add Q out 1, and we will do the thing where we just print out what it is every time. I'm just going to set a equals 0, and then it'll set it to 0 every time, and then keep on showing us what's inside. I want to see how many we are getting per depth. Yeah. This is not IVEC4, it's actually UN32T. This is working. Okay. So, okay. I don't know what I did to make it work. What did I do to make it work? No fucking clue. I have no clue. Hold on a sec. Was it that? Maybe it was that. Maybe it was that. Nah, it can't be that. Wait, really? Oh, I guess it was that. Huh. Huh. I guess you have to convert the bits before you compare them, huh? Okay. Okay. So the refactor is done. And unfortunately, I don't think that we have quite literally any performance increase from doing so. To be 100% honest. I think there's literally no performance increase from doing it. I mean, maybe like, I think like this was like 2.6 ms maybe. I mean, it's hard to even see what it was before. I don't even remember, but somebody can check from the beginning of the stream, I guess. Yeah, whatever. We did it, so that's cool, I guess. I guess we could also SOA the particles as well, which is what I was talking about. I don't know if I want to go through the pain of doing that. The problem with going SOA with the particles is this is the way that we're spawning in our accretion particles is kind of sketchy if we do SOA for all of it, because then we would basically need to copy the field into p-spawn, like each, 4 of them at a time. So for the particles specifically, I don't know how much, technically, right, it would be this, right? Pretty much, because you're never taking the acceleration. You are taking the material only when you're doing accretion, but otherwise you're pretty much just doing this, I guess. But you only, yeah. I mean, yeah, the thing is, like, here you're loading in the entire particle when you're only using this and the mass. So technically could be faster, but I don't know what the trade-off would be for this. I have no clue. Because you would have to do, you'd have to do like p spawn PM equals, the new PM, right? For the mass. And then for like the material and everything. So I don't know what the trade-off is in terms of, Alright, refactor is done. What else was I going to do today? Oh yeah, so I want to make it so that the center body, the center frontmost body is like your selected body, right? And give it an outline. So that's fine. So I did look up a bit about this. Like, I could just like stencil buffer it again. But I don't know if I want to stencil buffer it again. I did see that there was this other way of going about something like this where you instead render, I think this is what I'm going to try and do. You can instead render to a separate texture. Just the actual, mesh IDs of all of the bodies, and instead like do an edge detection thing like that. I don't know what the trade-off is between doing it, but apparently you can do that fairly easily. All you have to do is apparently, which we may, it may suck. Apparently what we can do is we can make a new texture and just have it as the second color attachment and then output to both of them at the same time. and then sample them inside of post-process, and then detect it. Basically, for each pixel, detect, you know, around it, and then do the border. The problem with that is that, like, what if you want a border that isn't exactly 1 pixel? You know what I mean? Like, that's where that kind of falls apart, I feel like. So that's also a downside of doing it that way. That is also a real downside of doing it that way. I'm trying to remember how I did this. Trying to look at my materials, because it was a material that we did draw with at some point. Yeah. Stencil right and stencil left. So we did 2 additional draw passes. Yeah, if I want to do 2 draw passes, it seems like pretty intense. Yeah, I mean, so there's a few, like, benefits, like pros and cons to doing it. Like, obviously we have to eat like an extra 2 passes, which is something that I kind of don't want to do. I mean, not only the complexity, but also, I don't know, I have to also figure out like where I even, like, what do I bind? Bind function is stencil left, stencil right. These might be 2 different textures. I don't really remember what the bind function, where that hooks up to. Shader stencil right. Right, so this is how I was doing it, is that you actually just literally shift everything over and then draw it on the stencil. And then shift it over in the other direction. You know what, let's do it the new way, and then let's just like... We can always go back and do it this way if we want to later. Like, it's... I don't know. It's definitely a possibility. It's just like... I would have to write another shader, right? That just draws the middle component, right? And we would have to raycast out on the CPU. Well, we still are going to have to, aren't we? Because we need it on the CPU. The currently selected, or the currently hovered one. Yeah. You know what's weird about i3 is that it like teleports your cursor when you do this. It's like, it's different in Sway. I definitely like it in Sway more, the not teleporting your cursor thing. It's kind of weird. Anyway. I do have to figure out which, like, I need to figure out which, what type of texture I'm gonna make it. I think you can do one that's just red, right? That's what we do. I'm trying to figure out, because I need it to be able to hold up to body count. We could just do GL red, but I'm assuming we would need to divide everything by body count as we slot it in then. Or maybe this is fine actually. If you go GL red integer, well, it doesn't really tell me if that's going to work. I looked it up and okay. R32i, R32 integer, that's what we want. Okay, got it. That is what we want. Okay, good. And then this, is it just glint? That has to be it, right? Yeah, that is. Okay, good. Technically you could do unsigned int, I guess, would be more correct. Oh no, but you want -1 if there's nothing there. Okay. That's fine. We want a GL nearest for doing this. And we'll just make a new texture. Okay. Okay, so technically we can do this now. We can have 2 outs. And the ID color ends up being, I think, so can we just do that? We could just do an int, right? PPID is the particle ID, yeah. It is unsigned int, but yeah, I need to figure out a way to fill it with -1s beforehand, or yeah, I need to initialize it to -1. Okay, let me look up how to do that. I've never done that before. Okay, it's really giving me a bunch of garbage. Okay, there we go. Okay, clear text image, okay. Yeah, I just have literally done GL text image 2D and then you pass a buffer, but I feel like that's probably slower than whatever this clear text image itself is. So let's just try that. We need to clear it once a frame. Okay. So right where we clear this, we want to GL clear text image. Never done that before, but whatever. So this is going to be the ID texture. The level is 0, and the format is R32i. That should be the format. The type GL red integer, and it should just be an int. It should be that. It should. It might actually be. It might be that. It might be that. I think so. So now it sets it to -1. And so now when we do this, now everything's either going to be a -1 or a +1. Or you know, a positive ID. Okay, and now in our post-process frag, what we need to do is literally we need to sample the texture UID, and we'll sample it like this. It should just be regular UV. I think we do .r, and then if ID doesn't equal, or if ID, and then we'll have a uniform that is the middle to prove to do a proof of concept. We can do 2 samples. So the middle ID equals, we want to have it on CPU side eventually, but we can just literally do that, right? Or do we have to do vec2? I think maybe it's fine. All right, so if our ID isn't the middle ID, then we have to check in a loop around for it. Yeah. I don't know how the whole nested loop thing works in GLSL, so I'm just gonna play it safe. I could probably do this in a much better way by like pre-computing the offsets or whatever, but it's fine. I need to actually, hold on. I need to do the texel size thing, which I already have in this in my blur that I do. You take in this utexel variable, and this does it for you. Is it UV plus utexel times that? I think so. I think that's literally it. So if we match on the middle ID, then we want to set color to red, or let's just do green because that makes more sense to me. And breakout then. So two things we need to take in are utexel and UID. I just finished the worst Pong game code in the universe. Hey, what's up? That's alright. Better than whatever the hell I'm doing right now. Probably. So UID. It just makes sense to do this like this to me. That just makes sense to me. And then the last uniform we have to pass in here is utexel, which is this. And this is going to be whatever the screen, just screen. All right. Okay. So technically that should be working. If I did all that correctly. Okay. It's mad at me. Sampler 2D float. Unable to find, oh yeah, so I was wrong about that. It's not gonna allow me to do that. Here, or not there, here. Okay, still is mad at me. Implicit cast from UN to int in main.frag. Implicit cast from UN to int. Okay, fair. Instead of using vectors because I didn't know them yet, I use weird logic to create ball physics movement. Even when I sent it to AI as they're finishing, the AI was not able to understand. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. Hey, but I mean, at least you can say that you used it without, you know. But that does sound pretty crazy. Do you mean vectors like as in like a vector, or as in implicit cast from float to int? This should give us an int. This texture is full of integers. Fucking Christ. Okay, am I okay to just like... Oh, okay. iSampler 2D. iSampler 2D, got it. Got it. iSampler 2D. Got it. Okay, we have we have succeeded in compiling, but have we succeeded in getting the thing to work? No. I don't know, I heard people talking about... Oh, I'm loud, apparently. I'm hot on the mic today, I'm sorry. I don't know, I heard people talking about using vectors to track the ball coordinates. Yeah, like velocity vectors, yeah. Is this just a gravity-based simulation, or do I include the other forces? By other forces, I'm not really sure what you mean, per se, but it is a gravity-based solution. There is, particles do make other particles when they collide, for sure, but for now it's kind of still in the beginning stages. I'm kind of still working on it, yeah. The plan is to stellar creation, dark energy. Yeah, I'm not sure about dark energy or anything. Actual like celestial body creation is definitely possible for me to do. I'm not sure if it's possible for me to do it on this computer though. This is running on a mobile 1050, so unfortunately, from what I've like researched, it's kind of hard to do it. I'm kind of limited by my hardware, but I gonna try my best. But yeah, not sure if it'll ever get to that point, but I'll try. The eventual point is to be able to generate like planets based on the material makeup of the bodies. So I'm gonna be working on like mesh generation and like isosurfaces next. How about this? Like, let's just get rid of this conditional because it's not necessarily like 100% important. Let's get rid of all of this just to make sure that it's not interfering with it. Yeah, I feel like, awful and complex, fully simulating everything. Yeah, it's hard. I've done some research into their solutions. It's similar to the stuff that I did recently with 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 my personal like project that I did recently with my cellular simulation, my linear simulation. It's similar to the sort of FFT based stuff where you're finding a bunch of gradients and stuff. It's, you know, a little bit more complex than that, but it's hard. Like right now I'm literally like, you know, this laptop can't handle more than 50k particles, even though, you know, it should be able to handle up to like 500,000. But, you know, for simulating that stuff, you kind of have to have a large amount of bodies, which is like annoying. And then there's the increased like overhead of like the actual calculation becoming more complex, and you know, so it's kind of like, it kind of sucks. Okay, so from what I see, like this just like makes it white. So ID is always middle ID, which should not be the case. I did do this right? Maybe I'm not doing this right. Yeah, not much. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I've never done what I'm doing right now. I need to know if I write to a GL32I. Okay. I want to know when I write it out to it if I want to know if I can do like an out int here and that's fine, or if I need to actually like have a straight up IVEC4 even if it's not an IVEC4. Like I don't know if that's like I don't know if that's like necessary or what. Last question, what method am I doing to step through time? I literally just have like a delta time that I like every like thing in the simulation is kind of scaled by. That's pretty much it. That's kind of how I usually do things. I feel like that's pretty standard. Yeah, I mean, this doesn't seem to be working either. First order, kind of bad. Very inaccurate over large delta t's. I mean, I guess. I mean, I have like a 2-stage thing where I have a 2-stage thing where it applies acceleration in 2 steps, once at the beginning and then once at the end. But yeah. That being said, I mean, if you want to, like, you know, explain about it, then sure. I mean, I'm no, like, you know, space simulation expert. I just kind of do this as a hobby. But, yeah. I think I might just, like, visualize this. Let's just do the ID over body count. Pseudo second order? I guess that's pretty much what it is, but pretty much, I'd assume. But I mean, it's not like the biggest difference, at least from what I've observed. But I mean, my delta t's are fairly low anyway. Okay, so let me see just this. Okay. Fair. Okay, so obviously we're not doing that correctly. Maybe I don't need to do .r if it's an iSampler. No. Yeah. Not an expert. The extent of my knowledge is too numerical method. It comes down to the fact that error propagates. Use higher order methods. Yeah, I mean, I mean, it's bias, right? So it makes sense, but you know, when we don't really have any sort of like extra gradient calculation that's going on, it doesn't really matter, especially since we're doing everything on the GPU and doing like everything in like Morton traversal, and there's already so much, you know, error you know, because we're already assuming that force is being applied equally in both ways when it's not really. So it's not really the most accurate simulation anyway. You know, it's really just an approximation. So in some sense it doesn't really, like, trying to like figure out a way to like get rid of that error doesn't really matter, because it's such a approximation what we're doing here anyway, you know what I mean? Because to actually do it like properly, it would be bad. Hey Neural. Seems like the standard is fourth order. Yeah, I mean, possibly, yeah. But, I mean, at that point, it's just a moving average, you know? But you definitely do a moving average for sure, but, you know. Then there, you know, comes to be a lot of, you know, the force 4 times per step. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. That makes sense. It's just, like, that would be, you know, for us to do that, it would be this times 4, right? So that would, you know, be like 8, right? I mean, we'd still be well under 60 FPS, but that's only for like 30,000 bodies. But, yeah. Yeah, I don't know why this isn't working. Because obviously the UVs should be... Try ID, just raw. Master think deeply? I don't know about that one. I'll try to think deeply about it though. I'll try. Maybe I'm not clearing this right. I've never done it this way, and it may be that I've never done that function. But I feel like we would be getting a different like problematic input if yeah, I think I'm doing this correctly. I'm doing that correctly. And I do bind it to the frame buffer fine, right? Like this is, what is this argument? Level. That's fine. I'm kind of, so here's what I'm going to try and do now. I want to see if I can do this. Let's see if we can do this, just swap them, so that we can see if that's the issue. I just want to see if we can swap them and it still works out. I probably should have took the debug out though. Without faster stepping through, I'm not sure what the effect would be. Galaxy in thousands of years. Yeah, my delta time is definitely not that small. Sorry, I'm trying to think and talk. Yeah. Okay, so it's not working. Which is good. That's exactly what I want. That's exactly what I want to see. I want to see it not work here because then that gives me something to go off of. However, it is confusing because this is what I read was fine. Maybe it's just the order that. Okay. The color attachment number is not the same as the location number in the shader. You must set up an array buffer that specifies which attachment each location belongs to. Why the fuck is that a thing? Why can't this not just be the thing? Wait, what? Why is that a thing? GL draw buffers. Okay, so when do I need to do this? Do I need to do this on bind or during runtime? Like, can I do this here or do I have to do this during runtime? I mean, it's both during runtime, but you get what I'm saying. I guess like sure, I can do it here if this is what it wants me to do. These GL uints. Yeah. GL uints attachments and then GL draw buffers with the attachments. Okay. I don't know why you have to do that. Like, why is that a thing? What is this? What is this syntax? What is that fucking syntax? Like, what? Like, what is that? What is that? Why is that a fucking thing? That is so stupid. I'm sorry, but that's like really dumb. That's a thing. I've never used that feature before, but that's, God, that's fucking dumb. That is just so dumb. That is so fucking stupid. That is so dumb. I don't know. Like, why is 0 not 0? Like, why can't that just be 0? Like, what is the purpose? Like, what is the purpose of that? I don't... That makes no sense. whatever. I'm not mad, you're mad. Okay. Okay, so now back to doing this. I don't even know if that was the bug, but now we can... Let's just go back to seeing if this is... if this is working. Okay, I don't think it's working. I don't think it's working. Before we crash out though, we could probably just like do this and then try and see if it just randomly works. Be pretty fucking awesome if it did. Holy shit, it randomly worked. Okay, except it's working for everybody other than the middle one. Which is like, it's the opposite of what we wanted. Okay. So, okay. Okay, so this works, but then as soon as we have a -1, it is... and middle ID doesn't equal -1. That should fix it. It didn't fix it, so middle ID should be -1 if I'm clearing it properly. Oh, it might not be clearing it properly. That might be the problem. Huh. Uh-huh. There's an easy way for us to test if it is clearing it properly, and it's literally just to, say, you know, if ID equals -1, then just like, I hate this. I don't know why this white thing is coming up here. It's only when I'm in an i3 session that it's been doing this. So let's just do this. So if it's background, then it should be white now. Okay. So that just proves my point that it isn't setting it to -1. Okay. And this is the iSampler 2D, that's correct. Maybe I have to pass it a vec4 anyway. I don't know why I'm in GLSL mode right now in my brain. Okay, maybe you just need to do that explicitly. No. That's annoying. Oh, maybe it's because, maybe because the GL clear overwrites it afterwards. I didn't consider that. That's probably what it is. My bad, I'm stupid. Yeah, I'm just being dumb. I'm just being really, really, really dumb. It's fine. Okay, so let's go back to this. I don't know why I didn't think of that. To be fair, this is kind of cool though, because you can see all the everything that isn't lit up because of the lighting. It's kind of cool. I know it's not like, you know, the craziest thing in the world, but I think it's cool. Okay, so this works. It is kind of hard to select them though, to be honest. It is kind of hard to select them. But we did it. And honestly, that's not that hard. That wasn't that hard. That wasn't that difficult to do it. Now, if we want to do this, a bigger border, then we're going to run into issues. I think it's going to start to be a little bit slower, maybe. Possibly not. I just want to see what the performance impact is. I'm doing a thicker border. Yeah. Actually, yeah, it's kind of bad. I mean, sometimes the draw is not bad and sometimes it is bad. It's kind of hard to tell. Whatever. We don't have to worry about it right now. Also, green is that, not that. Anyway. So instead of having a middle ID on here, what we could instead, I could just, instead of doing this, what we could do is we could just like, we should just do it on the CPU. Get the... Actually, no, if you do it on the CPU, then you're just gonna have to brute force through every single particle, which is really not what you want. How janky would it be if we literally just sample the texture on the CPU? How janky is that? Yeah, but how would I even do it with the UVs? Why is that so hard to do? I don't want to do a PBO. That sounds so nasty. That sounds so nasty. I just want to avoid doing this a billion times, and I also want to obviously get the hovered one on the CPU without actually transforming everything into screen space during a frame. I might have to... Okay, so you can apparently use GL read pixels. I've never done this. You can of course just like get the GL text image or whatever, but you can also do GL read pixels. I've never used that, I think. Maybe I have. I don't really remember. GL read, I think I have now that I'm looking at it, but what is a void pointer data? What is read n pixels? I thought that was read pixels. Okay, it is read pixels. What is the void pointer pixels? Oh, so I need to get it onto a CPU buffer before I can even read pixels. Right? I could probably just like do it in an SSBO instead of doing any of this bullshit. I could literally just like put it in an SSBO and then that could be it. That's probably like the best way to do it. I don't know how people typically do something like this, but that's probably what I'm just gonna do. I'd be worried about race conditions though. But technically, you can do it like that. The tricky thing is, like, how do you know if you're exactly at 0.5, 0.5? Is that just like, you can just like be fine? Like, you don't have to worry about it? Or maybe I'm thinking way too hard about this. I was just thinking of making like a little int selected here, or int hovered, and then the middle UV then writes here with the ID that's in the middle. I don't know if that's correct, but you know, if anybody wants to stop me, you know, feel free to, you know, stop me now before I fucking refactor it. So you have 10 seconds. Okay, time's up. I'm doing it. So I am doing it regardless. Okay. So now this is going to be disgusting, I guess, but like if and now we read it out here. Maybe this is the wrong way to go about this, but this is the way that I'm going to do it for now. We want to do it here because we want to unbind the frame buffer first. And the node counter, and this can be an int pointer, and this is offset of node counter hovered. We're reading out an int. Okay, and that's how we do it. And now we're just going to pass it back in as a uniform. We should call it uHovered. Okay, and now let's just do int middle ID equals uHovered. Okay. And if I did all that correctly, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. Annoying that it takes so long to compile because of stream, but whatever. Implicit cast. It's my middle name. That's so dumb, man. Just fucking cast it. Like, why do I have to... I don't know, man. Like, yeah, sure, it's an int, man. Okay. Okay. So it's permanently at 0. Maybe this isn't the best way to do this. I mean, no shit, it's not the best way to do it, but I thought that I would be able to get away with it, I guess. Let me just make sure that none of the... that I'm just like not messing something up here. This is the length, yeah. Maybe let's just be very clear here. Let's just do the whole thing. Let's just map the whole thing out just so that we make sure that it's not something there that's the problem and that it's... Let's just make sure. Okay. So it's permanently 0. I'm pretty sure that this is just never firing off. Just want to make sure that I'm not messing anything up there. We could try just setting this to like, I don't know, something large and then see. Okay, it switched off at some point. Yeah, now it's that body over there. And what I'm assuming is that it's just too slim of a range for it to be exactly... Oh, there goes my fan on my lovely computer. That means that we're, well, it was fun while it lasted. Can't compile for a while now, so that's cool. Whatever. I don't care. Yeah, so that's not gonna work, I think. Unless we take in utexel and then like figure out if we are the middle pixel, but God, I wish that there was like a really simple way to do this, but I think that we might actually just have to fucking it's such a pain in the ass, man. Before we give up on this, let's just do and let's just do like do an atomic exchange. How does this work again? Is that fine? No. Oh. Yeah, it's not gonna work if you spell it wrong. It's not gonna work if you spell it wrong. God, it's such a simple thing, but it's so hard for some reason. Okay. Well, this is fucking shitty. Oh. Oh, obviously, okay, so... Okay. Okay, but like... Okay. Okay. Maybe I'm not doing atomic exchange right, but I think that that's correct. Why doesn't this work? When the idea kick in your head and you start learning about galaxy simulations, or did I just open Vim and start coding? I don't know, my friend was like, oh, it'd be cool to do a, you know, a space sim, and then I was like, okay, I'll do one. Because why not? You know? So that's kind of how it came about. I didn't really, you know, try it to, you know. I didn't think about it too much. I just thought it would be cool. You know, I just tried it out for a little bit, and then it, you know, it took me somewhere that I liked, and then, you know, now we're doing it. You know, sometimes I do like a project for like, you know, a couple of days, and then it doesn't stick or whatever, you know. But when I like find something interesting about something and it sticks, then that's cool. If I go like right next to this. Simulate all that without learning about it, bro. You are over 200 IQ. It's not. It's really not. It's just like I just like, you know, I watched a couple of YouTube videos on it, and it was like, you know, it's not ridiculous. Yeah, for some reason, atomic exchange just isn't working. Unless I'm not seeing something here. I think, you know, this is just... Maybe you can't atomic exchange from a vertex shader like I'm doing here. It's probably like... Oh, wait. Maybe I just don't know how fucking UVs work. How about that? But like... I mean, like, this is ridiculous. Okay, well, you know, this obviously isn't going to work, but whatever. Okay, whatever. Yes, I can GL read pixels. I know, I can fucking do that. I don't want to do that. There has to be a simpler way to do this. There has to be a simpler way to do this. All I'm looking at right now is like... Oh my god. Okay, fine. We'll fucking do that. Like, it's so stupid. It's so stupid that I have to do that. Whatever, man. Like... Ugh, that's so annoying. That's so fucking annoying. It's so inefficient. Like, there should be a way to do that. Like, we shouldn't have to have another operation here. I'm sure that there's a way to do this that I'm just too stupid to know, but whatever. I need a GL, it's get text. What is it? It's GL get text. Okay, got it. So you need you can do GL read pixel, and we're passing in an int, right? And we're just gonna pass that in here. So this is gonna be screen width divided by 2, screen height divided by 2, 1 1 GL red integer GL int. Okay, well that was very simple. Maybe I was crashing out over fucking nothing. Wait, but how do I... How do I... GL read pixels? How do I choose the texture? Which one on the FBO it is? A block of pixels from the frame buffer, but which attachment? To change which attachment it reads from, use GL read buffer. Got it. Got it. GL read buffer? Never used that before, ever, in my entire life. Color, attachment 1. Okay, we're never going to use that function ever again, but sure. Okay, so now hovered equals px, and hopefully that works. What font do I use? Oh, I'm not really sure what font this is. I'll look it up in a sec, sorry. I've been known to change my fonts all the fucking time. I'll look it up in a sec here. Okay, well, okay, that's obviously not working. Let me check if there was a error. No. Okay. How do I get this? Yeah. It is Adwaita Mono. Adwaita Mono. That's the font. Adwaita Mono. Just to make sure it gets you. Okay. So that didn't work. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Oh, this is after we unbind it, obviously. So we have to read from it before we unbind it, obviously. Okay. Okay. Okay, it works. So, I don't know why I was so dumb. Well, I mean, I know why I was so dumb. It's just because I'm dumb. But I don't know why I was so against simply doing GL read pixels. I didn't really... What I thought that this was copying the entire buffer. It is inefficient, but it certainly isn't like as disgusting as I made it out to be. So there was no reason for me to crash out about it. So the past like 20 minutes, we could definitely just like collectively forget, because there was no reason for me to do that and try and make an SSBO and this like, you know, janky thing. There was really no reason for me to do that at all. Whatever. Whatever. Okay. All right. Okay, so let's just clean this up. We're gonna move this up here so that we make sure that it gets done right after we draw. And let's, you know, gets hovered body. Okay, and this, you know, is going to be the CPU side thing that tells us which body we're hovering so that we can select it, right? And then keep it in some global so that we know what body is selected. But yeah, couple of things we can do now. My idea was like, once we select a body, we just transform the camera to be, you know, next to the body, right? Like that makes sense. I kind of want to like go into like a different mode where you can like, you know, pan around it, you know, and then like eventually there's going to be like a UI that shows up with like the statistics of the body, and then you're going to be able to, you know, obviously walk around it at some point, but that's kind of what I want to do. So there's two like kind of things that we can do now, is like we could do that, or we could start doing the like noise, Perlin noise stuff to actually generate the surface of the bodies. So there's two options there. I think I'm gonna go with the camera thing first, because to actually test out the mesh generation and the Perlin noise stuff, we have to obviously have the ability to select one, and then, you know, you get what I'm saying. So, okay, so something we didn't consider. So this does the middle ID, right? But we also want to get the selected. So this is going to be more complicated. We're going to take in a new uniform, because our selected body might not be the hovered body, of course, right? And so the hovered ones, we can do this color. Yeah, so let's do this. Let's do a plus equals and then not a break, so that we accumulate color. And then if SID equals Let's just do this just to be cross our whatever. So if SID is selected, then we want to add a different color, and that's going to be the green. Now this is going to have to be a bit different. Yeah, it's going to have to be a little bit more inefficient because you're going to do this. You're going to have to do this inside of here because this can't be on the outside anymore. Because you have to go in here regardless because of the selected thing. So if our ID doesn't equal middle ID, yeah, this all has to go on the inside. Unfortunately. Alright, so let's hard code this. Let's hard code the selected to be 0, which should be the big body in the middle. And that should be able to give us a little bit of a test to see. Okay, so there you go. So when we have selected something, it is green. And when we hover over something, it's magenta. And then when they obviously overlap, then you get some like cool color switching going on. I'm trying to show it off, but it's kind of hard. To be honest, I feel like we should like create more forgiving sort of things, but I think you can tell what's going on with it anyway. So that works actually as I intended. Oh, we got bars. Damn. Damn. That's deep. Okay, anyway, so we want to keep this in a global. I don't really know if we want to extern it. Okay, we probably do want to extern some of this stuff. Okay, fine. We'll do the thing here. Now we're starting to make like a real program here, but it's fine. We'll just have globals. And these globals will be specifically for, you know, simulation data, not like the textures or whatever. This is going to be like, because we'll probably have a different file that deals with the, you know, collision, etc. Hovered body, selected body. We're just gonna be able to select one for now. You know, my problem when I make these projects and stuff is that I end up doing like stuff like this, which like makes things like 20 times more complicated, and then I end up scrapping it later because there's no point in even doing multiple bodies. So whatever. Okay, so we're just gonna extern that once, and that'll be the thing. so that we can get it in every single... You know what, and I'm gonna do this. I've been doing this naming convention now. Is that NeoVim or Vim? This is Helix. I mean, it's pretty much, you know, NeoVim, but, you know, just, I don't know. It's faster. At least, you know, from my experience working with it, it's just faster to, and it feels faster. That being said, they are kind of like really slow to work on features. You know, like there are like some pull requests that have just been on their GitHub for like 20 years that they just, you know, refuse to merge. But, you know, I think that overall it's solid and, you know, reliable is the main thing. So just simply we could just say yeah, just once a frame. Obviously we could just like write it straight into here. Which would be very nice for us to do. Okay, so that's set up like that. Now we need to actually take in the input for I forget how to do the mouse input in terms of like a click, like, which is very stupid for me to forget how to do that, but whatever. I have a lot of code that we can directly refer to. Okay, it's this. For now, we're just gonna have this do the one thing, which is select the current thing. So that's gonna be just globals.selectedBody equals globals.hoveredBody. Let's also gate it by if globals.hoveredBody doesn't equal -1. And let's do that, and then, okay. So now that should, hopefully, if my code here is good. Okay, there we go. So now we can click and that's cool. Okay, that was fairly easy to implement. Okay, so now we can select a body and hover bodies and it shows up on the screen. That's all cool. Okay, so now it's kind of the hard part, which is actually transforming the camera when we select a body to... I think we want to make it on put it on a different key to like put it in a different mode or something. For now we can just put it on space. Actually, let's not put it on space because space and control are supposed to be up and down. Technically. Let's put it on E. So let's go to camera and let's make a function that does this. I haven't touched anything in this file in a long time, but void center cam on selected body. Let's just call it look at selected body. Yeah. Alright, that should be like very simply what we're gonna do. Now, the math to do this, I've probably done this math, you know, I definitely have done this math before. So I probably don't have to redo it. All it should really be is we need to obviously change our forward vector for our camera. Right. So I need to find a way to derive yaw and pitch from a forward vector rather than deriving the forward vector from the yaw and pitch, obviously. I know that there is a way to do this fairly, you know, simply. Like, obviously we can just get our position and the body's position and then just find the direction, right? But and then we can, like, obviously just like make a matrix from that, just like make a view matrix from that. The thing is, I need the yaw and the pitch. I definitely have the code that does this. I do have the code that does this, actually. I have it in here. I have to figure out where it is, though. Is it interpolate? Transform camera. Okay. Does not have pitch component for now. Okay, well that's gonna be a problem. Curse younger me for not adding a pitch component. Why did I not have a pitch component to this component? Cam pause dest. Forward dest. What is the difference between forward dest and pause dest? Oh, I think that you're moving the actual position of the camera as well. Oh, but how do you move the pitch? The pitch should actually be, uh... Wait, but how do you get the forward distance? Oh. Oh, you find the signed angle and then you clamp it and then you apply it. I see. I see. I see. Okay. So we can, okay, so we can write this in a simpler way. Basically what this function did, for people who don't know about the game engine, is this function took a camera's position, right, during a frame, and then it had basically an animation component to it. So it had a destination location and a destination forward vector that it was basically interpolating to, right? And so this just checks if it is done with that. So that's all this is, basically, right? And then this update all global cameras just literally applied the transforms and then, you know, did the matrix stuff. So that's basically all that was going on. But yeah, so look at selected body. Technically what we want eventually is to have the same thing. I want to have like an animation thing where we like move towards it, but for now we can just like literally, you know, boom, right to it. But we are going to need to do the same math. It's just we're not going to clamp it. I need the function that gets the signed angle. That. I don't have vec2s. I need a vec2. Sir, I need a vec2, please. Okay. So nice keyboard ASMR, thanks. Thank you. How's my chest is hurting me. So, so the forward dest is, this is where we want to go to. And so the forward dest is going to be fdest equals vec3 sub the body's position from us. And so we're just going to use globals dot selected body. Oh, I just realized something that's really sad. Oh shit. We don't actually have the positions on the CPU. That's a problem. That's actually a really big problem. Um, that's a really big problem, actually. That's like, oh man, that's a massive problem. That is a really big problem. That is not a good thing that I just discovered. We can calculate the offset and just read it out instead of getting all of the positions. That might be faster. We don't have a fence. We kind of want to extern the fence just to... this is gonna get messy. This is gonna get fucking messy. Oh man, I did not want this to be a thing. Okay, that's fine. It's not fine, but it's fine. Unknown type name. Shut up. Shut up. Include the thing, man. Include the thing. You know what I also thought about the other day? I was like, man, I should really be learning SDL3 at least. Like, I don't know why I'm not on SDL3. So, just like a bit of a shower thought for you. So particle data, we don't have an offset actually, because, oh shit. Okay, so we need to calculate. No, it is an offset. It's at the end of the fucking thing. It's offset of P. And now you're, okay, so you're adding size of particle times I think so. And then we're just reading in the first vec4, which is the position. I don't have any like constructor, so we're just going to literally do this inline. Oh, that's cursed. Okay, so listen. Theoretically, that should just work, okay? However, I have no clue if this is actually going to give us the correct position. Theoretically, it should. It might also just crash the computer. It's very possible. Okay, so let's get a body that is... like, let's get this body. Oh, shit! Look, 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 look. That's crazy. What the fuck? Am I cracked or what? Wait. Holy shit, I'm cracked. Holy shit. Dude, sometimes I think I'm like bad at programming and then I just like, you know, just fucking get something right on the first try. The fuck? No way. No way. Okay, so I am correct. You can just map buffer arrange like this and then it's fine. You can get the position of the body and just step forward like this. So there you go. If anybody was wondering how you do something like that, you do it like that. Now the question is, how do I do the pitch? That is the question. Okay, so what is this signed angle thing doing? Let me look up how to do this. Do I enjoy troubleshooting? Yeah. I mean, it's a big part of it. It's like 90% of it, you know? It's like 10% of it is just like, you know, writing the code, and then, you know, 90% of it is kind of just like trying to figure out how to make it work. I think, in my opinion, if most of your code isn't troubleshooting, then you're probably not doing something worth doing. Yeah, I feel like this is a little bit... Okay, so A dotted with B times N. And what is N? Scalar triple product. The cross product A and B produces a vector perpendicular, dotting this with the reference normal N. The direction of the rotation relative to that normal. Okay. Okay, so A crossed with B, dotted with the Okay, with the normal. Okay, so is that what drives me to code? I just do it because I enjoy it. You know what I mean? Like, it gives my life kind of meaning. You know? Like, I don't want to seem like too deep or whatever, but like, what would I be doing if I wasn't coding? You know, or like making something. Like what would be the point? I guess like it would be very, I don't know, depressing. Like like I don't like what would I be doing? Like it just, that sounds fucking awful. Okay, so we can make signed angle 3D. We can look this up. Okay, this is not what I just got on my phone. Oh, this is what I got on my phone. So this is what it is, right? So N is the normal axis, okay? So I think the normal axis is just gonna be different for when we calculate the pitch. That's my theory. That is my theory. That's my theory. The plane of rotation. Okay, I don't know what the plane of rotation would be, but I feel like we can just like think about it and just lock it in, like, you know, mentally, you know? Okay, so it's gonna be the same thing as this, but get married, dude? The real struggle becomes then. Yeah, I don't think I'm built for getting married, but yeah. Initializing float. What? Wait, but how is I... Okay, well that's confusing. That is... Oh, that's a different file. That is a bit confusing, not gonna lie. Wait, so... Okay, I guess we're just going to ignore that then. So... cross with the N. That's what it says. That's what the formula says, guys. And then you dot, yeah, so atan 2f, return atan 2f with the dot and the vec3 dot of a and b. That's the formula. Okay, that is the formula. Now, how do we... Okay, so how do we do this? Okay, so cam.forward and fdest are our two vectors, and then the normal vector, we're gonna have to just like, you know, do a little bit of trying them all out and then seeing which one works. I'm gonna think it's just gotta be up, right? Like, we're z up, so it's gotta be that, right? right? Okay, maybe it's not. I feel like that can't be correct. Okay, so that's not correct. If I put them all at 0, then that's not going to work, obviously. Okay, let's think about this. So forward is x, right? So and right is y. So okay, you're just being funny now. Wait, that works. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, why does it work? Oh shit. Oh shit, it works. Alright. Alright, don't ask me how it works, but I guess we just figured it out, so. Cool. Now, okay, so here's a good question. Here's a good question. Does this work if we just use the up vector? Oh my god, why is it laggy? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Okay, well, the computer decided that we're just going to be suffering now. So, that's unfortunate. That's why we don't compile on this computer. Because then you immediately regret it. Okay, well, yeah. Okay, is it gonna stop freaking out? Alright, okay. Anyway, it works, so that's cool. I think it freaked out because I held down E and it mapped this buffer for a long time. Yeah. My computer is not great. Shout out to everybody who keeps their ad blocker off. All right. All right, so that's done. That was so that's done. Now I guess we want to move the camera position to somewhere within the near it, I guess, like some standardized distance away from it. I'm trying to think. You could just take the vector, right, fdest, and then just scale it, right? Yeah, so you could just do vec3 final pause equals vec3 add the vec3. It's annoying that we have to do this. We really shouldn't. It's annoying that we have to convert this, but yeah. Or it'll just make everything a lot easier. So it's going to be adding the vec3 scale of fdest times whatever. Oh, yeah, we want to actually, you know what, that's actually, like, why is this not normalized? Whoops. Anyway, like, whatever however many we want, and then that'll be final pause, and then we just do for some reason the camera position isn't a vector. Don't ask me why. I just did it a funny way. Okay. Now let's try to compile. Okay. Maybe I have to do this before I do the... Oh, but now I need, yeah. Technically this should work. Actually, I think it's vec3 sub. Yeah. It seems like sometimes it works and then sometimes it just makes you all wonky. Yeah, my computer does not like this, what I'm doing right now. It does not like it at all. It's not a big fan of this. It really is not a huge fan. Go crash my GPU driver again. Yeah, it's just this computer. It's really hard to stream on it, and I kind of want to get an HDMI splitter so that I can stream off of the other computer. But I don't know if that computer can even stream, to be honest, but that's something that I'm going to try to do, but it is kind of annoying. Yeah, this seems to work fine. Oh no, it doesn't. It's just this. It's literally just this one that is giving us trouble. Our cam forward has to be normalized 100%. And it's not that, right? That's causing us issues. Yeah, I can hear my computer already like going at it, so I have to stop. The thing is, the math is correct. Like, it has to be correct. Vectors are nearly parallel or opposite. The formula may suffer from numerical precision errors. The sign is technically ambiguous. Yeah, I mean, it would be one thing if, like, the... It'd be one thing if the math just didn't work, but the fact that it works like 90% of the time and then sometimes it doesn't work means that there's probably like some edge case or something, right? That's annoying. So if we do it here, so if we call this here, this is before we do our transform, right? This is before we, oh no, we do update camera before this. Maybe let's do it after. Maybe I have to look at this and then. Okay, but like, yeah, I don't know if the stream is laggy or something right now. I'm sorry if it is. I'm trying to. If two vectors are opposite. Two vectors are opposite. I have an idea. Hold on. Maybe. Okay, maybe I have an idea. Maybe our pitch is. Okay, maybe we overflow our pitch. And so we need to like modulus it or whatever. I mean, you don't necessarily need to modulus it, but like if what is max? If our pitch is greater than pi divided by 2, oh wait, but hold on. Wouldn't that would change our forward vector though? Yeah, because so if you go up there, right, and you're up here, what you really want to be is up here. Yeah. So let's say you have a body that's over here behind you, and you end up, that's your assigned angle in the pitch. However, you're already turning around, so you don't actually need all of that because our max pitch is already here. So we're gonna overflow instead. So actually what we need to do, there's two ways of going about it. You could just like do this first, get a new forward vector, and then do the pitch, or the simpler way to go about this would be you just subtract the, you don't even have to do this, you just do the pitch minus the cam.pitch divided by m pi divided by 2. No. What am I talking about? How do I do this in a idiomatic way? So we have the pitch minus the, we can just max it, right? Hold on. The pitch minus that, give us the extra. We want to subtract the extra. We want to get the, You're lying. You're lying. I do have a max. I do have a max, and you're lying. You're lying. You're lying. You're lying. All right, we're just gonna use f max f because I can't be fucked right now. Okay, so that does that, but then what about the, you need to add it in the other direction. So it, for the case where it's below negative, it would be to get the remainder of that, it would be negative m pi divided by 2 plus cam.pitch. I think that I fucked this up. It's hard to think about all of the cases in my mind. It's especially hard to think about this one. Maybe it's actually f min f. Hold on. So we're starting at the bottom. We add the pitch. But our pitch is over here. So we're just adding another negative, like... It needs to be the pitch plus mpi. It's pitch plus. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because if you're under and then it goes here, and then you're still negative, and then you can just swap the sign. You just swap the sign, and then we just go, this has to be, it still is max F, and so this is also minus. Okay, that was pretty complicated to think through, but maybe it's correct. Fuck. Okay. It is not correct. Fuck. I think my idea is correct here. Maybe I should just like actually write the conditionals, just to make sure, because it is kind of complicated to think through it. The weird thing is that yeah, it's when we turn away from it. It's when we turn away from it. Okay, well, if this is going to be the case, then we can just do the cheat version and just make a new forward vector. And just calculate it in this manner. Because what's happening is that the transform is happening in one step when we need it in, you know, you get what I'm saying. We need it in 2 steps. Okay, so that should technically be the exact same as the thing that I was trying to like replicate. Okay, I don't know why it's like... Like, what? Like, what? It still is doing the thing. So maybe that means that the yaw is actually also Oh god, we got the lag again. Oh my fucking god, man, this is so dumb. Uh... 3D side angle inconsistent sign. If the dot of the cross with the reference angle is less than 0, then you can flip the sign of the angle. So apparently if dot is less than 0, angle equals negative angle. Like, is that, like, really? Okay. 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 Okay, well, it's always like the tiny shit, like, no, I'm not using Unity. I'm not using Unity. I need to know. Okay, so the answer I'm getting is that I need quaternions. And I'm gonna assume that that swapping A and B is not gonna fix the issue. That's what I'm gonna assume. No, yeah, it goes the other way. Yeah. Fuck, dude. Fuck, man. I might not be able to do this. I might need a quaternion to do this. Like, this is so annoying. Okay, so we can do this in a much simpler way. Okay, I'm guessing that that's Y up. Okay, so let's just do that. Okay, so let's just do that. This may not work, but let's just try it. Apparently it's A tan 2F. Is it? No, it's, yeah, it is A tan 2F, right? Yeah. So I'm assuming that this is and then it's square root of A dot is the length of this. Okay. And then this is just B. And then you just find the difference between them, I think. Okay, let's try it. Did I write that all correctly? I may be doing the wrong one, but okay. So that was it. That was the solution, was to not do whatever the fuck I was doing with the signed angle bullshit. Alright, so. Okay, we live and we learn. Okay, so never do 3D signed angles. Never do it. Never do it. Because in 3D space, they need like a consistent, normal, fucking bullshit, whatever. There you go. Okay, so it finished. Finished. Okay. Okay, so now that that's done, what next? Oh yeah, we can go back to this to move the position to like a consistent. Distance away. We can tune it, of course, but so next thing I want to do is I want us to be able to lock on to it. The problem is that we have to read that out every frame, which seems really sketchy, unfortunately, but I think it's fine. Yeah, I think all we have to do, like, we can make it a toggle, right? So I think I'm probably gonna take a break soon. I'm kind of need a coffee. Lock on. This we'll just make it so that we can lock on to a body. So we're just gonna toggle that, and also, not to be a jerk or whatever, but we have to make sure that our globals get zeroed. Now, where do I want to do this? We do if globals dot lock on, then we always perform look at selected body. So now if we select this body or whatever, this body, we press E, tab. There we go. Cool. Yeah, my computer definitely does not like that for some reason. It's very, very annoyed with that. I don't know why. Yeah, this is annoying. Okay, well, fuck my computer, I guess. Like, I don't know. Like, fuck off. It's like, it's whatever, dude. It's just overheating bullshit. Like, it just, like, sometimes just doesn't like to do its job. I'm having, like, an allergy attack, too. Real bummer. Anyway, so that's done. I guess what we can also do is make a pause button, which will be helpful for us doing the the simulation stuff. So let's just make a pause button. We'll just hook it up straight to the delta time itself. Oh shit. Hold on. This dt variable is what? It doesn't actually get put into the compute shaders, but it should be. It should be. So we can do that. I'm wondering almost if like instead of this we just like trip a flag and then just don't update anything, because me doing this dt to 0, I would then have to make a flag. Anyway, I'd have to make a flag anyway, because you would have to replace dt, obviously. If we were paused and we're unpausing, then dt is obviously going to equal like whatever it is supposed to be. And then everything that uses dt, we're going to have to this uses dt, yeah, so this dt is not going to be a const anymore. It's going to be a uniform float dt. And the same goes for pause, which integrates the position, also has to have this. You know what I just realized was that our dt was actually not the same. Very, very interesting. Never mind that though. All right, so now we're passing in dt, and so when we click P, it should stop. There we go. There we go. Perfect. Okay, so now we can stop the simulation, zoom in on a body, etc., etc. Perfect. Okay. So now that all that's done, I think it's time for us to look at noise and then like see what we can do with it, I guess. Because why not? I've already done some Perlin noise stuff before, but yeah. You know what I think I'm going to do just to test out this stuff is maybe have it visualized just as RGB values on the surface of the planet. Like higher is brighter sort of thing, right? Not really sure. Yeah, I'm just reading this. The last time I did Perlin noise, I just kind of straight up like just copied stuff randomly, and I didn't really like actually pay attention to what it actually does. So okay. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. I feel like there's a way to do this without having to sample a texture. Right, like surely, right. Like surely this is just like a shader toy sort of thing and we can just like, I don't know, use an array like a normal person. I don't know. Maybe I'm stupid, or like. How do you pick P? Okay. I feel like this can't be necessary. I feel like the last time I did this, the implementation I looked at did not have. Yeah, I think that it was something similar to this. Okay. This is absolutely fine. Okay. 4 corners. Got it. A little bit of a central difference. We love the central differences. That's cool. I'm just trying to think, like, how am I going to translate this to 3D, you know? So. Yeah, so this is just like classic anisotropic, whatever. Got it. No doubt, no doubt. This is interesting. Yeah, this is like, why would you do it this way? Why not just literally like, just like... Why not just like, write like that one, like this is so confusing. Why would you do that? Just literally just P011, like what? I'm sorry, that's like, why would you code like that? That is so strange. That is so strange. Why would you do that? Okay, that's cool. It's still only using one texture though. I guess that makes sense. This is kind of confusing. I mean, kind of confusing doesn't kind of like begin to kind of uh doesn't begin to explain it, how I feel about it, this. But I guess we can play around with it, I guess. Texture width is 256, but how big is texture? Okay, I would like to know. I'm not a shader toy guy, but yeah, I'm just trying to think like how am I going to. I could do this on the CPU, I guess, pretty simply because I wouldn't have to worry about a texture, but I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to translate it, I guess. I probably already have the code that does this, but I love how they say the fade function is straightforward, so I'm not going to explain it. That's not straightforward. I mean, like, yeah, it's whatever math, but it's not like, straight. Like, it's not straightforward. Like, I don't know. Like, you're cubing it and then you're offsetting it. Like, what do you mean it's straightforward? That's not straightforward. That's just whatever math. I don't know. You can like try to think about it a little bit and explain it. I don't know. Yeah, this is kind of strange, but so I have some ideas, I guess. I have some ideas. I guess the way they do the the interpolation here is still. So yeah, you could technically just like do nx by ny, right? Technically. In this sort of thing. I guess we'll have to play with it. I just want to, like, I don't know, think about it before I do it. Right, and so this is like technically modulusing it because this is wrapped around. So that's why this goes out of bounds, but it still wraps around. I wonder why even divide by texture width in that case. If it's GL repeat. But, I don't know. I guess it makes sense because you want to get it into UV range, I guess, but like. Hey, Sad Sam. How are you doing? So, to do this, what I would need to do would be to create a 3D array, I guess. Or I actually don't need a 3D array because of because of this oh, I mean, it's sampling it by texture itself. This is like such a peculiar way of sampling it. I feel like I don't need to do that. Like if I'm doing this on the CPU, I don't have to do any of this like weird stuff. I could literally just sample it like in a 3D array. I don't have to actually like do any of this UV nonsense. The thing is, yeah, so it's just the 3D thing is that the gradient you get out of here just has three yeah, I don't think maybe you do have to do this. The equivalent of this would just not be doing this, right? You would just, well, I'm sorry. X plus PZ. That is kind of confusing, this sort of thing. I mean, this is like central difference, but this is confusing me. Why is it a 2D UV if are we just like pretending that it's 3D? Like, why not actually have a 3D texture that we're sampling? I don't understand. That's confusing to me. I feel like this is just a way of approximating it. I don't know enough about Shader Toy to actually just like, you know, turn this into a Vec3 and then change this texture, but I mean, maybe I can. I don't know anything about Shader Toy. Can I get a 3D volume? Gray noise 3D. Okay, there we go. And just make this a Vec3. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't seem to work so well. That doesn't seem to work so well. Okay. Yeah, that's completely fair. You're correct on that one. You're correct on that one, 100%. Maybe this actually, this probably isn't. This is uint 8, which is correct. I think. Oh. Oh no, it needs to be 256. It needs to be 256 by 256 by 256. Actually, in that case, we could probably like just change this to 32. No. Okay, well, yeah, I don't want to sit here and like fuck around with this forever, but yeah, that is kind of a bummer. I do have a feeling that it's probably the values that are in this texture that aren't correct. Maybe it's actually, hold on. Is that what it's supposed to look like? I just want to prove that I don't have to do that faking thing and I can actually just sample a 3D volume. I think I can. It does look a bit different. But maybe that's because the texture width is so low. God, I don't know, that the lag is really annoying. It's actually like it has nothing to do with anything that I'm doing. It's just my computer is just at that point, I guess. So that's unfortunate. Yeah, well, maybe one day I won't have to deal with that bullshit. Okay. So, how am I going to test this? So, we need to, what is the array P of integers from 0 to 256? Right. So that's all we need to do, is to have a 3D volume of 256, 256, 256. That would just initialize it like that. So I almost did it. What am I doing? I'm not gonna worry about I'm not gonna worry about uniformly distributing it or anything yet, but maybe in a little bit. That is correct, right? I believe it is. Okay. So that's that. The initialization done. And now I'm trying to figure out like what this is doing. If all of these are from 0 to 256, then like why? Oh, also it's supposed to be a 3D volume. It's supposed to be, oh, it's supposed to be a vec3. Okay. So it's this. Okay. But why the normalize? Why that? Like why? Why center it? This is like what you do when you center something. Like if everything is from 0 to 256, you're multiplying it times 2. Which now puts 0 to 516 and then minus 1. I'm guessing that these are actually from 0 to 1. Let's see what they said about it. It's imperative that we remap them to -1 to 1. Okay, so literally just make it so that those values are automatically that in the first place. just go 512 minus 256. Like, why not? Like, what? Like, why? Like, what? Okay, so there you go. Now we don't have to do that afterwards. Okay, so that's that. The normalization is pretty interesting, I guess. We could also normalize it too. If it wants me to normalize it. But that's that. So we don't even have to do any, you know, worrying about the gradient later. We're just gonna sample it like properly, and that's gonna be it. We just have to make sure to like modulus it or whatever so that we wrap around. Oh, that's fine. So let's transcribe the noise function straight into here. All of this should work fine with what we have already. The thing that I'm thinking about now is how are we going to actually get all of the points. I think it's got to be voxels, right? It's got to be voxels, right? Given a body with X amount of mass, we define how many voxels it has. And then run the noise function through the entire thing. Per voxel. That's a lot of voxels, man. That's a lot of fucking voxels in 3D. That's a fucking lot. It kind of makes me want to do you know, this in a compute shader, to be honest. Which makes a lot of sense why they don't have this on the CPU now. But like the fact of the matter is that like I wanted to do it just so that it's I could do it on the CPU for now. It's just going to be incredibly slow. Because for a body is probably going to need like 1,000 by 1,000 by 1,000 voxels, maybe. That's an insane amount. That's an insane amount. That's an insane amount. But whatever. Okay, so I need to translate this entire thing into our conventions thing, and so that's going to be a lot of stuff here. I'm kind of too stupid to think about how I can parallelize this. Considering that I might just do this in a compute shader later, it's kind of like, I don't know. Also, we aren't going to do this convention. I'm not going to call it stupid. I'm just going to call it an interesting choice. We're just going to do this. From the chess engine video, did I practice some recursion? And if not, did I forget a little? But how to use it? I know you're a pro, but in my case, I practiced some basic recursion. Did I forget it? I don't know. I just kind of like, I kind of just did the project, you know, like when you're kind of like inside of a project, you're not really concerned about learning or unlearning it, right? It just like is sort of, you know, a thing that's happening. I don't know. I didn't really like go into it like practice my recursion beforehand. No. I feel like if you're working on a long-term project, then it just sort of, you know, the skills sort of go with it. Not in the sense of forgetting the whole logic, but in the muscle memory. I don't know. I feel like not really, to be honest. Like, to be honest, not really. I mean, like, so sometimes there are things that like happen with recursion and like bugs and stuff that are like really hard to figure out, and that part sucks. But also, I feel like that's something that you just, you know, do on the job. You kind of figure it out. Like with every project, it's that, you know what I mean? You just kind of figure it out as you go. Like right now, I'm just kind of figuring it out as I go, you know? Like I'm kind of just like stumbling through it. Like I don't really know what I'm doing right now. I'm just kind of like I'm just reading and I'm trying to like figure it out. I'm also not a pro, you know, like if I'm a pro, then why am I not like hired at some company? Did practice it in projects beside the chess engine? Yeah, I mean, I've done recursion over the years, you know, just in random projects here and there. You know, sure. But you know, like recently before the chess engine, I hadn't really done a lot of projects like that heavy with recursion, right? Like the chess engine is kind of like very recursion heavy. But yeah. The fade is the exact same. The fade is this. Yeah, maybe doing this on the CPU isn't really the best way of doing it. Okay, so this takes in a coordinate, a voxel coordinate, and then does the thing. The issue is that these all need to be between 0 and 256. Which, you know, is going to be really shitty what I'm about to do here, but I think I'm just going to modulus the whole entire goddamn thing. That is very expensive what I'm doing there. There's a much better way I can do it though. Like I can just I could just do the thing where I do, right, like I just do what? Oh. Oh, shut the fuck up. So it's like, it would be like that, and then... so that you don't have to do it like multiple times, like you just have Y. In my case, I use it as you do in projects. I just figured out myself for an insertion sort in a project that I need to sort it with recursion. And I try to just practice it. I find some adversity. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, coding is kind of hard, you know, but it's not impossible to I think like nobody gets everything. Like you're never gonna get to a point where you're just like completely cracked, you know. That's what I hate about this whole thing, like coding influencers and like fucking coding Jesus and shit. And it's like, dude, like these guys scratch their head just as much as anybody else does, you know? Like just because they get on here and then like know exactly what they're gonna do and then they just like figure it out, like, you know, like it shows the wrong thing, you know. Like there's definitely been times where I've gotten on here and I know exactly how everything is going to go, and you know, then, you know, everything goes as planned and, you know, everybody's hunky-dory, you know. But 90% of programming is you not knowing what the fuck is going on. And that's why not everybody is programming, you know. It's expected to have resistance. That's like normal. There's no like level of cracked you're gonna get where you can just, you know, the answer to everything. No, you just get to a point where you've like seen the patterns before, you know, and this time it's a little bit easier. That doesn't mean you're gonna figure it out every time very easily, you know. I don't figure things out very easily a lot of the time. You know, I have a lot of trouble. So, you know. But yeah, that's why I kind of like really dislike even like myself streaming. Like I kind of, I don't know. Like sometimes when I get on here and I like already know how things are gonna go, it kind of pisses me off, to be honest. Like I don't know. Like that's exactly the shit that I hate about like programming, influencers, you know, the internet, all that shit, is like this expectation of like what programming is. And like these videos that I see of like, I don't know, like it's just like these people that like say they know what they're talking about all the time just piss me the fuck off. Like the videos I get on my recommended is like, just like, I don't know, man. Like there's just like, the best part about programming is you not knowing what the fuck you're doing. That's the best part, you know? I don't want a world where programming is just getting to a point where I know everything already. I want to be sitting here like trying to like being amazed that something fucking works, you know what I mean? Like, so I wouldn't have it any other way. So I kind of hate this like marketing it as like something that like, oh, get to a point where you're cracked. You know, it's like, fuck off, man. I don't want to be cracked. I don't want to be cracked. I don't know. It's the same reason like I dislike when people say that I'm like cracked or whatever. Like I just code a lot, and so it seems like I know what I'm doing. But that's just because I've seen the patterns before, because I spend a lot of time fucking coding. Subscriber is not an integer. Yes, it is. Did I just not make it an integer? Ah, that's exactly what I did. This is casting fine? Okay, absolutely. I don't know, sorry, I just went on a rant about that. I don't know really why, but you hate to see that. You hate to fucking see it. You need to get the central difference stuff. We can just do that like really simply. I'm not even sure if I'm gonna keep this code, so I'm like not really trying too hard on it. I'm not entirely sure if I'm gonna keep it. I guess eventually you want it on the GPU anyway. It's just to write a compute shader to do this would be kind of, I mean, actually it's not bad. It's just what we would have to do is basically load this up actually into an SSBO. Yeah. It makes more sense to do it on the CPU first, just to see the logic, I guess. Because on the GPU, it's much harder to figure it out, I guess. But yeah, basically what you would do is you would have the voxels and then you would just loop over it and dispatch the entire thing. Yeah. And then you would use global invocation ID to determine which one you're in. Your X, Y, and Z. I guess that's why they have the X, Y, and Z thing in the dispatching thing. But I've never used that, so I don't really know how to do that. How to dispatch in different directions. I have no clue how to do that. Maybe it's just that simple. Maybe you just literally do it like this. And then on the other end, you just discard if any of them are out of bounds. That's probably what it is. I hope that I'm doing this right. I just kind of like blacked out as I was doing it. Okay. So now the question is, how do I actually hook this up? The problem is, so this is supposed to be... We can just do it the center of every voxel if we want to do it per voxel. But we don't. We want to actually... We want to only do the... what's on the surface of the sphere itself. Yeah, so... if I only want to do points on the sphere... how would I iterate over all of the points on a sphere? And how would I, you know, determine, like, how fine-grained I want to do that? Like, what is the mathematical way of doing that? I could probably Google that. I have never actually done something like that before. Okay. Generate 3 random numbers, multiply each number by 1 over the square root. Yeah, normalize, yeah. Yeah, but that doesn't actually work. That doesn't actually work for what I want to do. I did a method like this beforehand, but this actually does it within the sphere. This is within the sphere. Oh, but maybe if you do... Oh, no. No, this is times radius, yeah. Yeah, I looked up this before, and this is exactly what I did. Having considered using simd. Yeah, I'll probably... Well, I'm not going to simd it right now and go through the pain of doing that, because I'm going to just do that in a compute shader later, but... Yeah, there's no... The pain of going through and simding that is absolutely not worth it. Absolutely not worth it. For like that, this should be a GPU thing, 100%. Especially since you're doing like that many points, it's way faster to GPU it. I think I did it with points on a sphere once before. I can't remember what I had though. Maybe you as a theta just gets set to 1. Well, that's obviously not correct. That's obviously not correct. Maybe it's the... No, yeah. I'm just fucking being dumb, I think. What if R is... Hold on. What if R is just 1? Because that would be the maximum. No. And R as 0, that wouldn't make a lot of sense, would it? I probably need to do more Googling. My phone is almost out of battery. Evenly distributing endpoints on a sphere. I don't need them to be even, I just want to get them on a sphere. The Gaussian method didn't work for me though. Because then like how do you deal with negative then? if you're normalizing it and then just scaling it up. I don't know. That doesn't really make sense to me. How that even works. This code is exactly what I have here though. This cosine of theta and the sine of theta. The radius is the yeah. This is the Cartesian thing. The z is also this is r. The z is supposed to be yeah, that's correct. Said polar angle arc cosine 2v minus 1, which is z. So technically speaking, this is, we need to do sine of that, sine of z, sine, cosine. This is what the formula says. Oh my god, classic clanged, just being fucking stupid. No, I think we have a cube. That's what the formula said, though. 2v minus 1. Maybe my radius just has to be consistent if I'm doing it this way. It's really hard for me to know because of the lighting. I have to turn the lighting off. Oh, my computer is being fucking stupid again. Oh, god damn it. Okay. So it looks like we just have the top dome. So not correct. Yeah, maybe, hold on, maybe. Oh, and there goes my computer. Yes, I completely understand. I know. You're annoyed that I'm making you stream today. I know. I know. I know. Just give it a second. It's going to, yeah. I've got to get this cord so that I can stream off of the other computer, man. This is ridiculous. Okay, that got it. That works now. Okay, there we go. Okay, I was just being stupid. This is the correct formula. You just don't do this. This is what I had to do to get it distributed, not on the sphere. So this is the exact method that we're gonna use to do it. So given a body of a certain radius, given a body of a certain radius, we basically do a bunch of points like that. And then what? Write it to a texture and then just send it to the GPU, I guess. I don't know. Just to visualize what we did, I guess. Yeah. Alright, that's what we'll do then. So we're just gonna do that in a loop, right? The same code here. Except instead of to body count, it's just gonna be to some value. And then this will just be the radius itself will be calculated. I think it should technically be the exact it should be this. That should be in world units. That should be in world units. We can just take in the mass. Actually, yeah, let's just take in a particle P. This size should be... It's either size or size times... or size squared. I don't know. It's one of those two. Should technically be that. So... So that's P, and now we just generate noise for P. And then put it on the texture. The trick is, how do we like 3D map the texture to the actual... Yeah, that's kind of difficult. Six hours? Yeah. Gail, I don't even think you... Have you been around for the 12-hour streams? I mean, this is nothing. How do I map this to... Fuck. This is kind of the hard part, huh? Is that I now need a texture that, you know, goes around the surface of the sphere. That I can... I need to put this in it. Based on X, Y, and Z. But it's 3-dimensional, but we need to put it into a 2D texture. Does anybody fucking know how to do this? Like... That's kind of complicated. I didn't really consider that. So this is... what we were talking about earlier here. This could be a way of doing it, apparently. Because this is how they did this here. I don't know if it's gonna translate, but... Yeah, I have no clue how I'm going to actually sample it. We would sample it via frag world pause, I suppose. That's hard. No, you wouldn't because that's local. And this is not... I guess you would do frag world pause. Google it. Kial. I don't think that there's I don't know. It probably is. Like if I searched a little bit, it probably would be. I need to. This one's tricky. I need a. Sampling 2D texture on sphere coordinates. Equirectangular projection. Okay. Alright. Okay. Holy shit. What the fuck is that? A tan 2xz over 2 pi plus 0.5. I can find any. Impossible does not exist. Okay, so we're living in a Z-up world, so I think that this is... It's going to be different for us. But I think it's the same idea. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, so we have a float TU, which is going to be A tan 2 F X P dot X P dot Z or P dot Y over 2 times M pi. You know I'm tired when I put the 1 instead of an I in pi. That I'm cooked in the head right now. Plus 0.5. Okay, got it. Alright. And then TV. That's where I'm at right now. That is a sine of the Z, a sine of Z over pi. Yeah. No doubt. Yeah, I could have figured it out myself. I didn't need the help at all, to be honest. Like, this is second nature to me. This is second nature. Working with different geometry standards? Yeah, I mean, I have no clue what the fuck this is. To be honest, I have no clue what this is. Okay. So now that we have the UVs, the problem is that we're doing this the other way around. So now what we have to do is... So let's have a const ivec2, or let's just have a const int text size, text width equals Let's have it 256 by 256. And so we need to int width equals text width times tu we're gonna floref this, and we're gonna do the same for the height as in the v, and and now this will be our index into the texture. Finally, dark mode. That is fucking, that is crazy. That is crazy talk. You're making me want to turn it on light mode now. Dude, that was wild. That one day that guy paid me to turn it off of light mode. That was crazy. Okay, so now all we're gonna do is like GL. Wait, you just have a. So. You just have a float. Text. 256 times 256. I'm just like trying to think about this in my head. Okay, so let's just like try and think about this in our heads. So text width times I'm thinking about this way too fucking hard. You can do it either way. Shut up. My brain is just like, my brain needs another coffee really bad. Okay, so theoretically speaking, that should be it. And now we just put onto the texture this, okay? Okay, now how do we set up a texture that's just gonna do this? So let's just make a random texture called like, I don't know, sphere texture. Like we're just really out here doing this. I don't really care. We're just testing. Goat mode? Am I in goat mode? Is that what I'm in? Thanks for hyping me up, bro. I appreciate that. I'm in goat mode. That's crazy. That is crazy. So this is I just named this and then I forgot what it was named. It's sphere. That's what it's called. Alright. So let's lock in here. Okay, the problem with the sphere texture. So there's a problem with the sphere texture. Okay, so the problem with it is that we don't know. R32F is what we need it to be. So I don't know what red. Can I do red float? Bro. Is it just GL red? We're just gonna pretend like that's fine. Like GL, like that, hopefully that's fine. Hopefully that's the default. It's gonna be 256 by 256. That's what we already. That's how. And we want to make this linear. We want to make this linear because it's already gonna be blocky as fuck. That's, you know, I'm scientific. You know, blocky as fuck is how I say it, man. Okay, so after we do this, we just want to go GL text image 2D. I know what I'm doing. Yeah, I know exactly what I'm doing. I've done this before. Yeah, I've done this before. Okay, we gotta bind the texture, naturally. We gotta bind the texture. And then GL texture 2D. Not texture binding 3D. No. Texture 2D, level 0, internal format, GL red, a width of 256, height of 256, a border of 0, a format of GL. Oh no. This is no. Yeah. You got it all wrong. Yeah, you got it all wrong. Text. And then this one is GLR32F. Yeah. No doubt. Okay. Finally, you know what you are doing. Kial, I always know what I'm doing. Don't ever doubt me again. Don't ever doubt me again, bro. We gotta, okay, so here's what we gotta do. We gotta mem set text to 0. Size of text, okay? Don't ask me why, just it has to be that way, okay? Alright. What the fuck was that sound? Crazy sound, man. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're not gonna worry about this particle P. We're not gonna worry about it, about any of this shenanigans. We're just gonna set this to like 0. We're gonna set this to 1.0. Okay, and just like let it rock. We're not gonna set anything in there. Okay, fuck off with that. All right, we're taking this easy. Okay, so on initialization, we're gonna call init perlin. Okay. Easy. That part's easy. Now I just want to call this function once, called compute noise sphere. Get the texture, and then we just pop the texture into the oven and then see if we are cooking or not. That's what the goal is right now. So we're just gonna put this. We need to put this shit into the oven. We need to put it into the oven. Like this. Oh my god, the lag. What the fuck? Dude. Somebody buy me a new computer. Bro, what the fuck is this? Are you kidding me? Like, what? Oh my god, that's so fucking annoying. When you were doing Windows stuff, you said you did not know what I'm doing. I never know what I'm doing. Okay, so sphere texture is here, and now I need to... God, man, this lag is ridiculous. Encoding overloaded. Like, dude. I'm at like fucking 2K bitrate 720p. Like, can you fuck off, please? Like, what? Like, what do you want from me, bro? What the fuck do you want from me? It's like I'm not even running my application. Like I don't like what? It's just me fucking like what? Whatever, man. So this will take in a uniform sampler 2D use sphere, and it will sample it the exact same way we did it here. We'll just do it the opposite way around and do the same Cartesian transformation to get the correct UVs. I think I might actually have to subtract center to get them. Or maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe it doesn't matter. So we're just gonna do color plus equals the texture of U-sphere with a vec2 of TU TV. Dot R. Okay, let's see. Okay, undefined variable a tan 2f. A sin f. Oh. Hopefully they have a tan too. They do. OpenGL does not define the global function atan2. Maybe atan just has a overload for it. If not, we're gonna have a problem for sure. What? Seg fault. Why are we seg faulting? Why the seg fault though? Let's do a GDB on it. Because I don't want to have to log it all. What language am I using? Kial, are you being funny? Like you're joking. Yeah, where is the seg fault? Oh my fucking god, you fucking prick. What is going out of bounds, dude? Initializer of const variable dt2 must be a constant expression. Oh. Well, let's fix that right now. Let's just get rid of that because we're not even using it. Something is going out of bounds, but it's gonna make me compile with this. I'm using C, y'all. I can't believe, I can't figure out if you were joking or not. The vec3 dot is what? Vec3 dot. Is P might be negative, right? Yeah, P might be negative, bro. P might be negative indeed. Yeah, I didn't really consider that. I didn't really consider that. Yeah, I didn't actually think about the P. I didn't think about the P that we were pushing. That's alright, Kiel. That's alright, bro. Alright, here's what I think. Instead of scaling it by size, okay, how about this? How about this? Let's just cheat and go by 128 plus 128. I swear, by the way, there has to be like a memory leak in something. Or maybe it's just like, I think probably what it is like, oh yeah, my computer is hot as fuck. My laptop is hot as fuck, bro. I need to put an ice pack on this thing. How do I even deal with that? Should I try something experimental right now? Probably not. Oh, hold on. Okay, maybe that helps. What is the model of my laptop? It's a Surface Book 2. As specs, it has a 1050. I don't know what else. It has some i5. I don't really know what else. I just need to make sure that we're inside of the bounds. Run DXD lag. I don't know what that is. Okay, we compiled. Okay, so maybe I just did the math in my head properly. Shows full specs. I've never run that command before. Unknown command. It's an unknown command, bro. I have to put it back to this color. Okay, now let's see if we did a good job with it or not. Ah, shit, what the fuck? Oh no. Oh hell no, what the fuck did I do? Ah no. Why is it in screen space, bro? Oh hell nah. Oh hell nah. Why is it in screen space, bro? Okay. Search, type run. Kale, I'm not on Windows. What? Do you think I'm on Windows? Dog. What? I didn't really think that it was like that. I didn't think that it was like that, bro. Like, what the fuck is that, bro? Like, what the fuck is that, bro? Like, what the fuck is that, bro? Okay, here's an idea. Here's an idea. Let's just sample it with the screen space UVs and then just like call it a day. It is a new feature? Yeah, I have no clue what the fuck the code that I'm writing right now is. I've actually like no clue what I'm doing. Like, what is this? I have no fucking clue, man. Okay, so this is just proving to me that the texture is fucked itself. So that is one fucked up texture. That is one fucked up texture. It has to be. It has to be. It has to be. There is something on it. There is something on it, but it isn't what we want to be on it. Certainly not. Certainly not. Okay, so the problem with this, okay, with something like this, is that we have genuinely no fucking clue. We have genuinely no fucking clue how to fix it. Because, like, how the fuck are we supposed to fix it? Genuinely. So for some reason I don't trust whatever the fuck we wrote here. For some reason I just don't trust it. I don't know. I've just got a hunch. That just doesn't seem right to me, bro. I prefer searching, bro. There's nothing to like. What do you want me to search, bro? Hey, how do I like? What would I even search for this, bro? Legit, like what? I think it's this. I think it's this. I think it's this. So, okay, so let's prove it. Let's prove it. Let's prove it. Let's just go I. Let's just go I. Ask AI. Kiel, I'm not fucking asking AI so that it can learn from me, so that it can take my job even more than it already has. I just prefer not to do that, personally. Okay. Has Claude? I'm not asking fucking Claude, bro. You're barking up the wrong tree, bro. Okay, so that looks like noise. Look. That looks like noise. That's some good noise. The rest of it, I don't know what the fuck is going on there, bro. But that's some noise. That's some noise. It is a tool, not replacement. Yeah. Tell that to the billionaires that are replacing your ass with it. Tell that to them, bro. I'm sure they'll be glad to hear it out, to hear you out on that one. Without a doubt. I hope that this is the correct. It looks like texture clipping. Yeah. The thing is, I don't know which part of the pipeline it is. The problem, like, it's actually, you know what? That's a good. No, but I'm using the real screen UVs here. Like, this is using screen UVs. Not a... So the UVs are guaranteed to be... Actually, maybe not. How do I calculate the UVs for this? It's just quad. It's just a quad. So it's guaranteed to be inside of the bounds. So it's not going outside of the bounds on the sampling side. So, yeah. Unless it's not a sampler 2D. It has to be. Am I clamping any value? No. No. I mean, unless you call this, but this isn't even being used. No, it's something with the format, I think. It's something with the fucking format. Let's try to turn it to nearest. I'm maybe not clamped to edge, but I feel like it's probably like... I don't know. I'm just gonna do like actual like perfect noise right now just to see if we can fill the entire thing with noise. Okay. So that just proves that it isn't on this end at all. It's 100% either how we're uploading this or something. Is my call to GL bind texture correct? Is that like correct, what I'm doing there? Maybe I have to change GL active texture to something. Probably not, to be honest. That's probably not it at all, no. GL red format. I need to look this up. Is it floating point? Hold on, maybe GL text image 2D just doesn't take in the buffer like I think it does. Vibe code will not save any companies. Yeah, but just because the tech isn't good doesn't mean that they don't care. Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay, so here's a good question. Like, if you have any API that you're working on where you have a field in a function and that field says this value must be 0 in your documentation, you have a fucking problem. Do you know what I mean? Do you get what I'm talking about on that one? G sampler. G sampler. It's a G sampler. Get it right? That's a G sampler right there? Ah, shit. Expected undefined variable use sphere. Yeah, it's defined right here, bro. I called it a G sampler. That's what you said. It's a G sampler. A G sampler is G sampler for float. Okay, so never mind. Compile time errors, bro. You're speaking my language, bro. You're speaking my language. Oh, first of all, this should be, let's just do this. Just do that. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Our UVs might actually be wrong. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Before we freak out, I think I just... No, it's correct. It's correct. It's correct. It's completely correct. It's completely correct. It's completely fucking correct. Actually, hold on though. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Maybe we just need a... hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I don't assert shader compilation. What does that mean? Like, if shaders don't compile, then I just exit out? Usually, I don't know. I don't know, I have error printouts, so... Okay, so that was exactly what it was. It just wasn't centered. So that's what it is. Got it, got it, got it. Now, this still doesn't explain this, though. That doesn't explain that. So, I still have to do this. I mean, for a simulation project like this, I'm not really, like, worried about, like, you know, if, you know, some old Jimbo comes along and fucks with my shaders or whatever. Like, I don't really, like, to that extent, I don't really give a shit. It seems actually for the small bodies, it seems fine. But for the big ones, they have a bigger problem. Let's try swapping this again. I don't really know. I gotta make move speed fucking variable for shit like this. It is kind of doing it, but it is kind of also not doing it. Like on the edges specifically, it is having some trouble. I've never used ATAN 2F in GLSL, so I'm not really sure 100% on if that's... Really, you can just use the normal itself, I think. Because you're always going to be on the... Yeah, you just use normal time size. I don't even think you need time size. But it shouldn't matter because it's... Because at the end of the day, that's just scaling it up. It doesn't actually change anything. It doesn't actually change anything. Or does it? It looks kind of bad. But I think that's working. It looks kind of bad. But I think that's correct. I don't think that this actually matters. It just changes the orientation. Yeah. Actually, no, that looks definitely worse. See, it like bunches up in the middle. Yeah. So go back to this. Okay. So with that correctly sorted now, what we can do is take the reins off of this to try to go back to this. I'm fairly certain that it's going to be the... Well, there goes my fucking shit computer again, but that's... Okay, so let's just try... No, but that's gonna be... Fuck. So let's try doing this way again, I guess. Theoretically, that should just work, but... Yeah. For some reason, this doesn't like to work here. Oh, I know why. I know why. Because this is... Okay. Okay, so let's try this. So let's, fuck. Let's try decentering them first, and then, So let's leave it uncentered first, because we need it uncentered to calculate this. And then create a secondary yeah, you're just gonna do this to center it. Yeah, fucking, I don't know. Like, just fucking do that, I guess. There. And then we use that to determine the noise, and then P gets down here to determine that shit. Like, that can't be right. It does look better, but why is there just not a lot of stuff on it? Is what I'm wondering. Maybe 256 just isn't enough. Also, put this to linear. The sampling has to be correct now. Bro, like, just fucking cast it, bro. Like, what? Like, Jesus, like, dude. I don't know if I'm doing this wrong. Equirectangular projection. The thing is, I don't know if it works the other way around. I mean, it should. This technically should work. That should technically work. Ensure the vertex coordinates are normalized. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a problem, bro. You didn't tell me that. You didn't tell me that. Okay, maybe you did tell me that and I just wasn't fucking listening. Oh. Oh, so really what you want is the not scaled version. Hold on, so P equals, let's just normalize. Listen, I'm literally going to just do this. I know that this is sketchy what I'm doing and it's stupid, but I just want to see if this is correct. Yeah. Okay, so that's closer to what we want, but not really what we want. Tell me what you want, what you really, really want. Oh, it's because of that. Oh shit, bro, it's purling. The noise is purlining. Wait, but it's not really perfect. It's close, but it ain't perfect. Okay, so why is it really bright in the center? Why is it so bright in the center? Why is it so bright in the center? Okay, let's try not normalizing them and just dividing them. They should already be normalized. Okay, but like, bro. This is very suspicious. This is very suspicious. I think that there's something suspicious going on here with the with, you know, multiplying this times 256 and that shit. So I'm just going to. This is disgusting what I'm doing here. Don't try this at all. I don't know why I'm doing this, but I mean, I don't know why I do anything, but why? Oh, I didn't even have to do that. Yeah, so true. So now we don't have to divide at all. And now there's no excuse. There's zero excuse at all for it to. Bro, like, why is it white in the middle? Let's try this. Those are my knuckles. Okay. Is that just... Why are there two dots, bro? Okay, here's what I should do. Their eyes, yeah. Here's what I should do. I should just literally do the test with the rand. I should just literally be testing with rand to see if it's the Perlin or if it's my stupid. Okay, so it has to be the Perlin. That's causing that. Now the fact that this is kind of interesting, that like this didn't really work properly, did it? But yeah, like why is it darker at the tops and the bottoms? I don't know, man. I'm just living in a crazy world. I'm just a crazy guy living in a crazy world. You know what I mean? Just a crazy guy living in a crazy world. Is it me flooring this and not rounding it? Should I be rounding it instead of... Maybe I should be rounding it. But then it's gonna go out of bounds. It didn't go out of bounds. Okay, but it still looks like shit. Oh, here's a good question. What if we GL repeat? Huh? What if we GL repeat? The lag. Oh, lovely. This is with this and without this, so it's with both. It's with both. So it has something to do with this. I think we may just like be biased away from 0 and 1 for some reason. With this. Yeah, like if I just set this to 1. Why is it all so gnarly though? Why is it not all white? It should all be white. It should all be white. What? What? Why is it not all white? Okay, that's better, but it's not like... maybe I shouldn't be making this 256 by 256, but I'm guessing that it's actually... Oh, because this is randomly done. So I'm just being stupid. I'm just being stupid. It is supposed to be like that. It is weird that the tops and the bottoms have less though. Like I'm almost 100% certain that it has to do with this. Let me look up if this is biased at all. This equirectangular projection bias. Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay. Okay, so what I'm seeing is actually expected. That's actually completely expected. So that's actually completely expected now. I'm realizing. That's actually what a globe is it just gets distorted on the top and bottom poles. That's just kind of to be expected. But that is not to be expected. The globs. The globs are a bit interesting. So we're scaling it times 256, which makes sense. And then we add 256 again, and then divide it. Which does make sense. We're just normalizing it. We're just, setting it to. So that part makes sense. So it was we probably made a mistake somewhere. I'm guessing with this. Also, I'm now wondering, like, if this is even supposed to be, like, this. Like, maybe we should just do 2 times 2 minus 1. They did say that we had to normalize it. I'm not really sure how true that is, but I'm just going to assume that we're wrong and they're right for now. For the most part, it looks like how you would expect Perlin noise kind of to look like, but the globs are certainly something. The globs are certainly something. I just want to make sure, like, it wouldn't be the first time that, you know, that's just... I doubt it, but whatever. Yeah. Yeah, it's 0 to 256. So that's correct. Why is this not int? This should be int. I wonder if I just like have like one number off somewhere here. That would be annoying. Try not normalizing it? I don't know. No. Well, I don't know. I'm probably gonna look at the code again to see if I am doing something wrong. It's possible that I'm doing something wrong, I guess. I think conceptually I'm correct on the gradient calculation and everything, but I'm probably missing something important. So I just did this, I just pre-computed this because I didn't see any reason not to. I saw no reason not to. It should be the exact same thing. Theoretically should be the exact same thing. Theoretically. Yes, all of the bots that want to get on Shader Toy and mess with the Shader Toy being a bot. Yeah, sure. Doesn't it interpolate the vec values, or is it on vertex shader? What do you mean? I'm not interpolating anything currently. I'm not interpolating anything. This is the terrain generation, basically. All I'm doing is visualizing it on a texture, but the goal is for it to just generate terrain at some point. But that's why I need it on the CPU for now. Yeah, this isn't a shader for. Yeah, that's correct. And then the gradient is exactly what we do. Except it does this. It samples it like this, which I don't really understand the point of. I thought that it was just a way to get away with doing it in you know, in 2D or whatever. Yeah. This should just transfer over straight into my code though. Dot times p minus p, yeah. So if I don't have a typo here anywhere, it should be technically doing exactly I think that everything is correct. Oh, you know, I don't actually do this. I don't actually do that. I don't know how necessary that is. In terms of like adding it multiple times with different perturbations or whatever. There's a Roblox forum post about it. That's what's gonna do it. Okay, maybe not. Maybe this is not. Okay, this is really not gonna do it for us. This is not gonna, that's not gonna do it for us. There's a lot of Roblox stuff, man. Does the website have an AI Oh, you're talking about Shader Toy? Unfortunately not. That's the worst thing about Shader Toy. Do you know anything about this Perlin noise bullshit, Rob? What do you think about it? What do you think about it? I'm deaf. Word up. Dude, like... Okay, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. I want to know why we have dots. That's what I want to know. Why mathematically must we have dots? I'm almost considering doing exactly what they have here and just doing it like this, like a 2D thing. Just do it like this and then just do this. Actually, you know, just comment it out so that we're not freaking stupid. And now just do exactly what they did. I feel like that's just like pointless though. This is how they index into it later, though. Like, what if these go into negative though? Does texture just automatically wrap it if it's GL repeat? I guess it does. I guess it does. And that's why that's fine to do. But I don't want to have to like modulus that. That's so dumb. Why am I flooring the values? These? This is how you create a gradient, a central difference gradient. When you floor the P0, what you're doing is you're now adding 1 in each direction. And so you're basically making an isotropic cube around a certain voxel. So that's what this is. You floor it and then you add 1 in each direction, which is all of these, and then you use it to calculate the gradient over the entire thing, which is why you add 1 here. I have a feeling that this might be wrong. Or something, I don't know. Or maybe this modulus isn't correct. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Here's what I'm interested in. Like, what if I just literally... I mean, technically this should be... Dude, like, shut the fuck up, dude. Just like, bro, I'm like... Okay. Oh, it's not, it's gonna, oh my god. Right, I can't even visualize it like that. I don't know, man. I just want to find where the actual issue is. And it definitely isn't here. Because this still does it, right? Oh, no, it doesn't. Wait, what? I'm S-randing, right? Like, I 100% SRAN'd. I've wait a minute. Did I not? No, I definitely do. Yeah, I do. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Ah. No. 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 God damn it. I thought that I had it. I thought that I had it. I thought that it was not random because of SRAND not being set up beforehand. But apparently not. Apparently not. Like, I feel like if we didn't do all of them, then it would probably be fine, right? Yeah, it's just that they gather around that area. But this is 100% a apparently an equirectangular projection problem. Wait. Oh, well, that's just gonna be that, but because if I just do it like this, then it's fine. Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's actually not. No, it's not, because we already tested this. Yeah, so it has to be something with the noise. Any tips for someone trying to get into game dev? Or just doing something productive? I don't know. My tip would be to just work on stuff you enjoy for as long as you're able to, you know. I think that's the tough part. It's just, you know, it's hard, man. You know, how do I keep your awareness on your craft? I'm not sure what you mean by that. I'm I'm not sure what you mean by that. Like, make sure that I'm doing better and better at it, or what? Did that go out of bounds? What was that about? Technically that should be floor, but why? Like, how do I keep thinking about your project, working on your project when there's so many distractions? Honestly, I don't know. It depends on the distraction. Like, there's like, you know, like, for example, like sometimes like I'll just like have days where I'll just like, you know, maybe like a few days in a row where I'll just like, I can't work on anything, you know, and I'll just like watch videos in bed or whatever, or like I'll watch some like old horror movies or whatever that I like to watch or whatever, you know. So those are my distractions, I guess. Like, I don't have like the sort of thing where like I like will like doom scroll or whatever. Like, I don't have that personally. When it comes to distractions like that, like when I just like can't work for a little bit, then that's like, that's normal for me. I mean, I think that that's normal for everybody, you know. But for me, it's like, it's never like I just like will stop working on something. I always come back to it and finish it, you know. I'm tired. I'm just like thinking about what I say before I say it, but you know, I'm fine. Do I play any games? What's the last game that I played? While ago. I mean, maybe the last game that I played was like Pokemon or something. I don't really play games very often, especially because of my hardware. I can't like play any like new games, so usually what I play is like just like old stuff. Like, I'll play Quake for a little while. Like, I just like get like, you know, maybe I'll just like have like a week or something where I just like end up getting sucked back into one of those things or whatever. But should I have more time / energy to work on my own projects? Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I don't really ever like have like I don't really ever have that as like a problem. If I swap Y and Z here, does it change? It doesn't change. Why does that not change it? That should absolutely change it. Right? That should absolutely change it. That should absolutely change it. I don't know, for me it's not really an energy thing as much as it is like, yeah, this is pretty interesting. When I do the proper projection thing, it gets all in the center. And I'm sure that it'll be that way when I do RAN too. No, it isn't. Man, why is this the case? And the center. I mean, that has to be a 0, 0 thing. Has to be a 0, 0 thing. Like, strange enough as it is, some way that we could actually test this is, I just want to see how many are... I just want to see how many are in the center in 0, 0. $67. $67. That's actually not a lot at all. That's actually not a lot at all. I think like that would be roughly what I'm seeing in the center. There's like a 20 by 20 sort of thing. Maybe it's larger, but I guess we could clamp it. I don't think that clamping it is going to do anything. I'm just thinking. Stop, please. I don't have a clamp. I don't want to have to make a clamp right now, bro. Fine, we'll make a clamp right now. Oh, but it's not actually... Okay. It's gonna be mad at me because it's floats anyway, so just like literally, how should I learn coding as a beginner? Just spamming tutorials? I don't know. I feel like just do projects. Like... Definitely don't do tutorials. I don't know. I've never been a fan of tutorials. Think. Hold on. Sorry, I have to think about this. How do I do this again? So that's not good. I don't know. I never did tutorials. When I learned when I was in high school or whatever, I just like did projects when I was at home or whatever. I just did did projects. Yeah. Yeah, that's correct. I don't know how tutorials are nowadays though, so I don't know. I would never actually, I don't think like I would be able to learn anything if I was doing projects personally. Yeah, I'm not stupid, right? Maybe I am tired. I kind of am tired, not gonna lie. Let's just do it manually. Like that was the whole purpose of this, was to do this. I don't know, whenever I do like, I don't know, whenever I did tutorials in the past for stuff, I just never really learned anything, you know? Like I would just like copy it, you know, and then like, oh, I made the picture that it looks exactly like what it's supposed to look like, you know, but then I never actually like figured out what the point of the skills were, you know? So here's something that I want to try. Like, what if it's actually this? Oh. Oh, gosh darn it. Wow. Well, it was only one number off, so really, when you think about it, like, a spade is a spade. It gives you a place to start it. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I feel like, in my opinion, like, the best way to, like, learn something is to, like, is to have some sort of like goal you're working towards, and then like, for example, like this write-up on Perlin noise that I'm following along with today, right? Like going through here, trying to like understand what's happening here, like, oh, this is a central difference thing, this is how I can adapt it within my pipeline, etc., etc. Like, that's not really a tutorial, that's me like following somebody else's work and trying to, you know, understand it, you know. I think that sort of thing is what I would personally like recommend if you could get into some sort of spot where you're doing that, you know. But what do I know, you know? I don't know anything, obviously. So the question is, like, is this actually perlining? Like, I mean, it kind of looks just like noise. Like, if I'm gonna be completely honest with you, it looks kind of just like if you just noised it up a bunch. Maybe if we did like 2000 instead, they're better. But I think, yeah, maybe I'm probably just like out of touch with it, I guess. Like, what the fuck, man? Oh, here's a good question. Let's do some additive stuff here. It's kind of Portland. I feel like we gotta do some amplitude and frequency stuff. I assume I need something to drive me, like a dream game, or... How is my social life? Damn, hard-hitting questions. I don't know. Dude, like, to be honest, when I learned programming, I didn't have anything to drive me. Like, when I was in high school, I wanted to make Minesweeper because I thought it was cool. And I enjoyed doing it, and so I made Minesweeper. And then, like, I just made other stuff, like chess and stuff. Just because I liked programming. You know, it's like one of those things where I just like took computer science and then I was just like, oh, this is just like I go home and I do it now. You know, like I didn't like think of it as like work or whatever. Like I just kept on doing it regardless of the work, you know. So that's how I kind of started programming. As far as like, so like when I have a new project or whatever, it's like the project is always, you know, in service of the fact that I get to program, you know what I mean? Like it's not anything. How's my social life though? You know, life's a lot better now that I'm a recluse from society. It genuinely is. I think it's a lot better. It was, you know, it's fun for a while before, but you know, it kind of gets to a point where, you know, things start sucking. So I prefer it now, personally. I guess it's perlining. So what is the amplitude thing? Something amplitude, frequency and amplitude. This is frequency and this is amplitude, yeah? Something in frequency, yeah, this is the frequency and the amplitude. Yeah. Times the frequency times the amplitude. To the guys in the chat, what is the last C project? Oh, well, I'm not a guy in the chat. Hey, I'm a Python programmer and I want to start with the C language. Do you really recommend me to start making game or chess or something else? Smarter than me. I'm not smarter than anybody. I'm just, you know, it's just... Listen, the way I say it is that, like, if everybody had spent as many hours of their life in front of a screen programming as I have, then you would also be good at it. Do I recommend to start making a game or chess? I'd say start with something challenging but not too challenging, you know. I don't like any of the starter projects, like, you know, like, oh, build a to-do app. Like, what the fuck? A to-do app? Like, really? Like, really? Like, that is so life-sucking, boring, fucking stupid. Like, no, don't make a to-do app. Make something cool. Like, I don't know. It doesn't have to be something like crazy, like a game or, you know, a full-blown chess engine. But if you're just like starting, but, you know, Start with something challenging, especially if you're already a programmer. You know, like, I don't know. Like, if you're like changing languages and you're already like a Python programmer, then like maybe try like a new API or a library, or like, you know, learn OpenGL, learn like something graphics, learning, you know, like some framework or something along with it, you know, that way you get something out of it. That's what I'd recommend. I could do something similar. I'm just like wondering if I am doing every single thing by the same amplitude. Like, that would be like, sure, we could do that. Like, is this what they used? Yeah. So let's just try it. But I don't think that us doing every dimension by the same value is what we're supposed to be doing. I think it's supposed to be one dimension by the value, but whatever. You're just gonna do vec3 scale frequency, and then yeah. What am I doing? The issue with this yeah, I mean, this isn't gonna do anything. Oh, it kind of does do something. I mean, it's not like the most prettiest thing in the ball, you know what I mean? You definitely do better. The thing that they do here is they do like a lot of things here, but they are using time to interpolate, and obviously we can't use time, so we have X, Y, and Z, so technically we could just like multiply them all out. Something good that we could probably do is that, like, we could probably periodically wrap the whole thing, and that would make it so that we could actually multiply it times shit like this. Because like right now we can't multiply it because then it'll go out of bounds. But I have a feeling that we are... Oh no, they divide it here. They divide it beforehand. They divide it beforehand, yeah. I'm confused here because, so for here, right, they do this and then this. So isn't this just half of this? Like, they're calling the function with the same exact thing. This should be exactly this. So why is that a thing? Am I fucking stupid or what? Oh, no. I am fucking stupid. I am fucking stupid for sure. Okay, so I think I'm just not understanding how it works. What instead we should be doing is... we should do it with 3 different frequencies. Should try it with 3 different frequencies. Theirs goes upwards, so then let's just go like 40 30, 20. Like, fine. So, okay, but this amplitude isn't really divided by 1 plus divided by 2. Okay, so let's just do this then. Okay. I have no clue what I'm doing. But what I'm gonna have to do to make this, you know, not look like bad in the future is to like manipulate the formula somehow to like make it. Oh my god, man. I love Helix, but I hate you at the same time. Like, sometimes, man, sometimes you're just not, I'm not the biggest fan. Sometimes I'm not the biggest fan. That's why I'm thinking about getting a tic-tac-toe, creating a tic-tac-toe. Oh, interesting. See, it's kind of like a, you know, that's kind of a planet. Creating a tic-tac to using recursion a lot. Is it a good practice? I'm not really sure what is recursive in tic-tac-toe. But I think like any game is probably good in terms of recursion, you know, because there's, you know, recursion involved with the, you know, a lot of recursion stuff in games. I think it works, man. I think it's solid, bro. Now, I don't know if it's like the greatest thing ever created. Like, I don't think it's like bee's knees sort of deal. But I feel like we got something in the oven now. I'm pretty satisfied with it. It is a bit bold, you know? Like, maybe you could fix that by like bringing the samples up. Like, we could also technically like blur it. Okay, no, but that just makes it more it kind of does look like a planet though, you know what I mean? Like there's curvatures in the thing. You know what I mean? There's curvatures in the thing. Now, okay, so here's something that's kind of fucked up is like we don't have a way to get it on the other side. You know what I mean? Like we can't actually turn it around. And that's kind of sucky. Now, I don't know how to fix that, to be honest. To be 100% honest. To be honest with you, I don't know what you mean by min-max. Bro, how do I do that? That's tough. Like if I'm using the raw normal. I think doing the normal based on the UV and Z might just be incorrect now. And constructing it off of that may be incorrect. That's hard. Yeah, I don't actually know how to do that at all. I have no fucking clue. What would I even search to make that a possibility? Yeah, that's a tough one. Because I'm constructing this based off of the screen space UV, this normal that I use to construct the UVs that we do the equirectangular projection with. So technically it's not possible for me to, like, I was thinking just literally biasing it, but obviously that's not gonna work because this is obviously I could maybe like I could try dotting it with something. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I was gonna consider like now that we have a normal, like if I could just the normal is in the wrong projection space though is the problem. Yeah, the problem is that this normal only gives us 1/2 of the sphere. Obviously, the one that we are... So how do I get which one would be facing away and which one is not facing away? Ugh. That is a good question. A minimax algorithm, yeah. Yeah. A minimax algorithm is mostly used when all possibilities is low. Yeah. I mean, from what I know from, chess engines or whatever, is like, I don't really know if it's how alpha beta minimax is, but if it upper and lower bound. And you're only searching the tree where, you're in the bounds. Yeah, this one's a hard one. I don't know. Because normal is only going to always be positive. We don't have a way to make it negative based on which way the sphere is. Like, if I literally go negative normal, it's probably that's probably going to mess up every single calculation. But if I go into here and go into how we do this calculation and just like negate them, then it'll show the opposite side. Like, that should be the opposite side of it. There's no way for us to really check, but you can limit their depth. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, in tic-tac-toe, I mean, how deep can you really go? But oh. Maybe it's the cross product of the... Hold on, how do I transform... Yeah, this is not... No. You're not. No, this is not. No, you're not talking my language here, man. You're not talking my language here, man. It is pretty low, yeah, I'd imagine. I would imagine. Dude, I've got no clue. How do I design it so that certain normals are negative and certain ones are positive? Like, do I have to dot it with like view direction or something, or let's just try something wacky. No, it can't be that. I can't actually use the normal at all. Hold on. I have an idea. Does sine work in GLSL? Is that what we're saying works? I think so. Yeah. Anyone? Does sine work? What is my advice? Learn the minimax algorithm, then create tic-tac-toe, or just wrestle my head until you come up with a recursive solution? I'd say learn the algorithm. Okay. So, that's not correct. That is not correct. Yeah, I don't know why I thought that would be correct. Let's just try actually just like, what if we just, yeah, that can't be correct. That would not be correct. That's not correct. That can't be correct. This is gonna give us motion sickness, man. I'm too tired to be thinking about this. To be honest, it's probably not actually even that complicated. I just probably have to multiply this by the right number. Yeah, it's just, that's not it, bro. That is not correct. Maybe this is correct. I don't know. Does that make any sense? Does that make any fucking sense? Did I answer your question? I'm sorry. I feel bad. I'm sorry. I just didn't answer your question at all. I feel like, honestly, learn the algorithm 100%. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. The Negamax, Minimax stuff, all that shit is very fun. Very, very fun. And if you need any help, just, you know, send me a message. Okay. I don't know, man. Where can you send me a message? On the Discord. Or at my business email. I have a business email now. Oh, that's almost working. Oh, that's kind of trippy. That's kind of fucking trippy, bro. I feel like that's almost working. I mean, not really, but like... It's got the spirit. It's got the spirit, you know? It has the spirit. Like the black hole lenses? Yeah. I have one of those set up, actually. I can show you in a bit. I have the shader for it already implemented. I just have it turned off because it kind of looks like shit. Yeah, I just feel like that ain't it, bro. Nah, it's gotta be something with the up vector, maybe. Bro, I don't know. Alright, let's show off the cool, maybe this doesn't work anymore? I don't know, I haven't touched this in a while. It should technically work. Okay. It is mad because there's invalid operands at 83. That's just .x. There you go. Dude, I don't know, man. This is tough. It's something you gotta dot something. You gotta dot something, transform the fucking something. I gotta look it up. Okay, but like, I just wanted the funny shader to work. Oh. I don't even think we're using this star P count. Oh no. Okay, we gotta lock in. We gotta kill this process before this gets out of hand. Alright, that was a close one. See, this is why we can't have nice things. Okay, so star P count is not a UVec 4. I don't know, that's a very old shader. That's got outdated information in it. That was moments from stream ending disaster. The whole computer froze. That was not it. That was not it, bro. That was not it. Okay. I gotta dot it with something. Okay, you can't really see it. You can't really see it because of the fucking, there's no lighting. It's kind of the problem, you know, because of the other thing. Okay. What is the problem? Unrecognized profile specifier X. Oh. That is true. Why is it so dark? What? I feel like it's so dark. Oh, it's because I'm doing equals and not plus. That's why. Yeah, it's fucking funky, bro. Like what is it just fucked up, or is the whole thing fucked up? This might just be fucked up. Damn. I spent a long time getting that correctly, and now I probably fucked it up somehow. Now, yeah, the whole thing is fucked up. All of my normals are fucked up. It's because I'm doing this. No, it's because I'm doing that. Yeah. Dude, I fucking so fucking stupid, dude. I just totally forgot that I just wrote that code. I wonder why it's got that that border to it. It's kind of weird. Like I don't really like everything else looks correct. It's just the middle body kind of looks weird. Anyway, The distortion does work, you just have to kind of like, you see how that, it's kind of hard to see it, but it is working. It is working. Oh, here's something also. Z is supposed to be this. This is supposed to be that. So that's also something. Now, is that the problem? I don't think so. Oh, I forgot to fucking actually do this, so it's not actually gonna do anything. Yeah, I don't know. Also, I think that the dot order matters as well. What if we just dot it with the up vector? Nah, that wouldn't make any sense. Wait. It might actually. Hold on. Or it might be the cross. Okay, that just... What? Oh yeah, what am I talking about? It might be the cross product of the forward and the up. There is some permutation of this that is correct. Okay, it's definitely not this. It's definitely not that. Right, this gives us the right vector. That's normal. Looks back to screen space, yeah. I don't know. Like, I feel like the idea is that you have a direction that is like positive and a direction that is negative, and then you're just gonna multiply the normal times that. Like, that's what my idea was. But I don't know. I'm probably just like not thinking about it wrong. I honestly like am just a bit too tired at this point, but like you have the dot of this, and then I don't know. That's just the cam forward. I meant to do this. The reason why I have them separate like this is because I don't know. You need a do you dot the whole thing? With I mean that that doesn't make any damn sense. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. I want it so that when it's like 1, 1, 1 positive, then that's like our basis, right? So like our normal. However, I just don't know how to mathematically, you know, make that a thing. Like, honestly, we're probably not even that far off from what it is. I'm probably just missing something. It's weird because you can't actually, like, you know, just like Google something like this. Like, I don't know. It's just kind of like, I mean, it's probably somewhere on the internet. It's just kind of, Yeah, I don't think that dotting it is the way to do it. It might actually be like something like... Is that crazy to subtract it? It's definitely not adding it, I don't think. It's actually close. It's actually very close. From some angles, it does look weird. You might need to renormalize it after. It might be just literally adding. I didn't really consider that. I guess it makes sense. Oh my god. Specs? What's up, Yonex? Long time. Yeah, the pinching portions are pretty strange. But it somewhat seems to be working. Is it crazy to just like divide these by I mean, that can't be correct. That definitely can't be correct. That 100% is not correct. That 1000% is not correct. I mean, it might just be like averaging the two vectors. Like, am I crazy or? Yeah, am I? I'm alright. Fucking, you know, industry, graphics programming, you know, the whole thing has me kind of in a tiffy. But I'm fine. It's, you know, it is what it is. It's nothing new. Yeah. I think that this is kind of doing what we want it to. It's just like when you actually, it's changing depending on how you look at it and not just rather than cam forward, what we actually want is the camder to center dir. We want the direction from the camera to the particle and not the actual cam forward. What is wrong with me? Why didn't I think of that? We have cam pause here, right? Yeah, so cam pause minus V center. And then just use dir instead. Oh, I should have normalized it. Fuck. Yeah, I should have normalized that. Oh, also I didn't... Let's just try going based on dir. So that's just the direction of us hit and up from the camera to the center of the body. And using that as the normal. This doesn't actually take into account the normal itself in screen space, so it should just be an orb. I don't like the fact that why is it I don't think that this is how you do math properly, to be like 100% honest. I just don't think that that's how you do math properly. Oh shit. Bro. My fucking mouse didn't get... Wait, that's kind of close to working now. It's kind of hard to fucking see anything, to be honest. Which is annoying. I don't know why it's so hard to see. Just go plus equals. I feel like it's close to this. It's just something is not. It's close. Ah, see, it's got the little hole in it again. So it's got the thing. Fuck. Oh, dude. That's the pole. Yeah, exactly. The North Pole. It's intentional. Surely intentional. You definitely can't divide it by 2. Like, that's not legal. Looks kind of cool. Well, thanks for, thanks for coping for me. Dude, I don't know. Oh, God. Fucking. Damn, that looks kind of sick. It would look a lot sicker if it didn't have like a peach butt on it, you know? Aw, man, but this is gonna look so sick once it's working, though. What do you think? That looks gonna look so sick. That's pretty cool. Whoa. Okay, computer. Okay. Okay, buddy. It's looking awesome. Cool to say. Thanks. Yeah, the computer has been through a lot today, so shout out computer. Like, obviously that isn't going to be it. Because we already have tried this, right? Well, we didn't actually try dotting it with the new stuff, but I mean, with the new dir rather than just the cam forward. I don't know why I was doing the cam forward, by the way. Like, that was like the stupidest fucking, I don't know, man. I'm tired. It's obviously the direction between the, between the camera and the particle, not the fucking forward. Like, whatever it is. Yeah, I gotta get this HDMI splitter, man, to try it. At least try to stream on the other computer, because this is kind of ridiculous. Yeah, that's not good. That's obviously not good. Yeah, maybe V center isn't what we want it to be, what it's supposed to be. Just actually load the particle and then do that instead. Just to make sure that it's correct. Because it needs to be the exact center. Oh shit. Oh my god. It has a butt on it. It has a butt on it, man. Like, why? Why does it have a butt on it and why is it not at the bottom? Okay, maybe it's just that. No, maybe it's just that. It should be at the top and the bottom poles. But maybe it's because I didn't swap the vector thing. No. Okay. Okay, like I'm convinced that I'm doing it correctly and I'm just being... I'm right and they're wrong, is the thing. Hold on a second, hold on a second. No, but it wouldn't matter, because we just swapped them anyway. We just swapped them anyway. Yeah, it says that, you know, I should just like do this and then just like do this, and that's averaging the two vectors, but it's like, is that really what I want to be doing with my life? Like, I feel like that's not how we get rid of the butt. Oh shit, hold on. Oh shit, bro. It got... Oh no. No, the butt is still there. It's just hidden. It still needs to be normalized. It looks trippy. Yeah, I mean, it's not how it's supposed to look. I just need to like actually do some like better Googling when I like am more aware of what's going on. I just sometimes like to bang my head against the wall and then like just like figure it out and be like, oh my god, I'm so fucking genius or whatever, but I don't think I'm gonna be able to figure out why it has a butt. It also doesn't really look well. The reason why is because this. That's why it's going in the wrong direction, but it's still... We didn't actually try, we didn't try normal minus dir. We didn't try that permutation of it. Are the spheres rasterized or ray traced? Definitely not ray traced. They're rasterized, but I mean, they're literally just done. They're just billboards. They're not actually spheres. They're just pretend spheres. Which is cool, because it makes it so that we can draw a lot of them very fast. The problem is when we do any lighting calculations or any shit like this, it's really complicated to fake it, right? Like, you know, you kind of forget, like, working on a game engine or whatever, like, everything is just like, oh, I have a mesh model that I load in, and then you know, it's kind of a luxury that you don't really realize how good you have it until later, when you get to this point where you're like, oh, I don't have fucking vertices, bro. I don't have vertices, bro. How the fuck do I do a texture with a fucking thing that has no vertices? You know? Yeah. Yeah, I think that you are supposed to average them. It's just... Are they quads? Yeah, technically. Technically, they're just quads that you just clip the UVs off of. UVs off of. Like, what if we're this close? What if we're that close to... That does make it hard. It does, dude. Like, if I had vertices, it would go so hard right now. If I had an actual normal, it would go so hard right now. The thing is, you don't have that. You don't have a normal. You don't. You just don't. It sucks, bro. I feel like fucking Inigo Aquila's right now. Just balling out with shader toys. That's what I feel like. Oh man. Nah, I've got no clue. I'm just fucking around now because I have no clue. See, I was thinking, like, what if I needed to add the dot product because I don't really know, to be honest, but alright, yeah, whatever. I give up. I'll figure it out later. I'm fucking tired. Well, I figured out most of the things I wanted to do today. I switched to SOA for a bunch of the things. I did some other stuff. I can't really remember. I did some refactoring on this struct, on the node data struct. We moved this into SOA. I can't remember what else I did before the Perlin stuff. I did something else. Oh right, yeah, I did all the camera stuff with being able to select and do all that, the buffer, that stuff, this stuff. So I did all of that. Of course, the controls have to obviously you know, work on them a bit more. But I do feel like following the body around as it goes on its journey is pretty fucking sick, man, to be honest. Like, that's pretty cool. That's like the bee's knees, to be honest. Shit's gonna make me fucking car sick, bro. Pretty sick. Alright. I'm gonna head out. I'm super tired. I've been super tired. I just wanted to try and figure this out and see if I could just luck into it, but I don't think I'm going to get lucky. I think I'm close to the solution. I think I'm close to the solution. It's just the butt. Like it there's just a point where it probably collapses to 0 or something, or goes out of bounds. I don't know. I already tried normalizing it. I already tried clamping it. Like, I don't know, man. All right. Peace out. Thanks for hanging out. I don't know when I'll be back. Maybe, probably soon. But yeah. Join the Discord. Yada yada. You know the deal. All right.